My brothers and sisters in atheism, it is spectacular to see you all here today. Welcome, everybody, to tonight's show. We will be finishing our three-part open panel debate review of William Lane Craig and Alex O'Connor on the existence of God. If you've been here for parts 1 and 2, you already know how deep this has gotten. We started with Craig's cumulative case for God. We went through the Kalam Cosmological Argument, whether the universe actually began to exist, Big Bang cosmology, actual and potential infinities, Hilbert's Hotel, A theory and B theory of time, divine knowledge, and what Craig thinks follows if the universe had a cause, right? Then in part 2, the conversation moved into what I think is one of the most important parts of the entire discussion, the problem of suffering, especially animal suffering. And that is exactly where we're picking up tonight, right? Craig's position is basically that we're not in good enough epistemic position to say that apparently unnecessary suffering really is unnecessary. There may be morally sufficient reasons available to God that we simply cannot see. Alex's responses are going to go into this, right? And so I'm excited to see where this goes, as should you be. Now, as we discuss this tonight, I want you to keep in mind how much should the evidence that's presented actually move the probability of theism, right? Because in the discussion yesterday, there were parts, or in the debate, yesterday, there were parts where William Lane Craig was saying what I thought were pretty interesting claims, like the suffering is more probable under theism, right? And to me, that's just kind of like a wild claim, right? So we're not trying to say whether suffering logically disproves God, right? We're trying to focus on, is this going to move the probability of theism, right? And remember, this is an open panel debate review, so if you'd like to be a part of the debate, I'll be posting the link in chat here in a little bit. Feel free to join the panel. Would love to have you up here. Would love your input. Tonight, we're going to try to reconstruct the argument. So if you're on the panel and when we do a stop, if you want to try reconstructing the argument the person has stated or their response to an argument, you're more than welcome to. We want to make sure that this is clear for everybody on the panel and in the audience, right? That we want to obviously this is part of this goal is to have fun and enjoy this, but we also want to try to get everybody up to the same level, to the same standard when it comes to these conversations, right? And if somebody thinks Craig or Alex is wrong about something, we'll address that as a whole and examine that amongst the panel, right? And if somebody's right or wrong, maybe we'll get another video out of it, right? That's part of the show, right? The goal here is not to cheer for, well, the atheist side or the Christian side, right? The goal here is to figure out what these arguments are trying to establish, and if they establish it, if they're valid, if they're sound, if they're unsound, whatever the situation may be, right? And showing that an objection is not, as I cannot speak, if showing that an objection is not logically decisive does not mean that objection has no evidential weight, right? So by the end of tonight, after the three parts of this review, I want us to finally answer the question that we started this all with. We've been doing the polls every day. Has William Lane Craig proved God or something like that? And every day the answer has been no from at least like 70%-ish plus of y'all, right? And so I'd like to see where that ends tonight, right? I'd like to see how that ends up, right? Now, let's go ahead and get into this. Now, before we do that, though, we're going to do the normal opening with a couple of songs. I do want to do a quick disclaimer, though. This video obviously is for educational, fun, and any conversations that arise from this. If we encounter any, controversial topics.
See, this is again where we're into the realm of pure speculation, but I'm saying it's not implausible that only in a world suffused with natural and moral evil that the optimal number of people would find eternal salvation. I mean, think of the results of that evolutionary history of the Earth. The primeval forests that were laid down now form the basis for the fossil fuels that have made modern civilization possible. Should God have instead created what's called an omphalos world with the mere appearance of age rather than having an actual evolutionary history? That would
Last
be intolerable.
Thursdayism, right?
Absolutely. What's going on, Kurt? It sounds like you have some thoughts on what's being said so far.
Yes. I mean, it's pretty bizarre and I would say quite philosophically ornate to suggest that the reason for animal suffering is so the planet could store a bunch of solar energy from the primeval forests so that we could then pollute the air with the carbon dioxide from that stored energy. Like, that is a wild lift that I think would require a lot of demonstration.
I wonder, do you think we're going to get any of that demonstration?
It sounded like speculation because it was presaged with "this is all speculation."
Right. What do you think about all that, Zill? Don't you share his position?
No, I don't think I even understand it, so I can't share it. So let's keep playing. I have no comment for now.
Well, we'd have to regard most of our empirical beliefs about the past.
Two minutes to Q&A.
As if those are the only two options. I mean, the idea that, because we rely on fossil fuels temporarily at a point in our sort of human technological trajectory, that relied on animals becoming fossilized, and the only way that God could have provided us the fuel to bring about the Industrial Revolution would have been to create fossils which look like they're ancient animals, but actually, or he could have just used a different fuel.
Pardon me?
He could have just used a different fuel. Provided us a different fuel.
Say? Well, see, then you're totally into pure speculation, about worlds operating according to different laws of nature and so forth.
This is a wild response to me, man.
What are they
I'm
even
just going to
talking
speculate
about,
here, but
guys?
how about this? Well, I'm going to answer your wild speculation. You're going to then respond by saying, that's wild speculation.
So I asked Grandma Oppie, what is metaphysics? Help me to understand it years ago. And I memorized his definition. It was in regard to gods and stuff, right? And so at least in regards to that, it's speculation about natural reality that goes beyond what scientific investigation can currently confirm, right? I think that is a spectacular explanation. But what that reveals is that William Lane Craig is speculating to get to his speculation about a god, right? So to me, that feels like a really weak link, his earlier part where he was speculating. And then here, his objection, I feel like, falls flat because of that. I feel like this is a double standard because Alex is actually speculating about what reality would be like within the confines of this metaphysical speculation, right? And so I feel like Alex is doing the right thing, and I feel like William Lane Craig's response here is just out of place and it falls flat.
Isn't William Craig's argument that it's the probability is what matters is the difference here? And I guess he should assert that at this point. I don't know. Something like that, probably.
I don't know what he should assert, but he shouldn't be complaining
Well,
about
I think
Alex.
that's his argument, really. But
he shouldn't be
earlier.
complaining about Alex speculating about about his speculative.
If he does,
God.
he should assert that probability thing. But we can.
Yeah, I don't know what the proper response was, but it wasn't what he gave.
Right.
He's literally saying that it's speculative of Alex to suggest that God could have made some sort of different fuel to like run civilization when humans showed up.
I don't get
but
it.
That
either,
it's
guys.
not speculation for him to say that God started the Big Bang.
Right, and his God that he's chosen is speculation itself. His metaphysical grounding claim, it's speculation itself.
No, because Christians believe God revealed himself to us, right? So we believe the Bible.
It doesn't matter. It's still metaphysical speculation. You're making a metaphysical claim. You're making about the fundamental nature of reality. You can't empirically confirm it. This is a speculative claim at best.
Zill, there's a difference between someone who believes they have a magical hat that keeps video cameras from seeing them and demonstrating that. if they believe that to be the case, it doesn't mean that it's true, right?
Okay. Right. I think we talked about this yesterday.
I sincerely believe that the fundamental thing is the fundamental grounding of reality. The necessary being is either some type of quantum field, like a universal quantum field, or like a universal wave function, something that would basically undergird this current instance of the universe. I guess
Well, wouldn't you
reality
say
would be
that
like the
suffers from
subset
infinite
of
regression?
all
Wouldn't you
real
say?
things, and so
Wouldn't,
those would be like real things within reality, and then this
right,
universe
tacos.
would
Wouldn't
have
you
a
say?
point
Wouldn't you say?
zero or a
Wouldn't you
t
say that
zero,
must?
right?
Okay. Wouldn't you say that must answer the infinite regression issue? If the quantum field
No,
was there,
because
then what made the quantum field be there,
I
and
mean
what
we
made
could.
the wave function
Well,
be
well,
there?
no, no. It's a necessary being. It can't fail to exist, right? That's where
Okay, well, that's
that's
what I
how it's
say about
grounded.
God. So we're the same,
But I I can
right?
actually answer questions about this. It's
Oh,
actually tied to the reality claims through quantum field theory. It's not. It's a different type of speculation than what you're doing.
okay.
But what I was saying is that this is innately more simple, and so even if you did that, I would automatically win out because you can't have two necessary beings.
Oh well, I think they would be exclusionary as far as the cause for the universe.
The
I believe there's
Highlander
only
is
one
very clear.
cause.
There can only be one, right?
Yeah, so they would be exclusionary of each other, right?
If you were
It's
to
one or the
claim
other,
if you
right?
were to claim there was another necessary being besides mine,
Right.
yours
No,
would
we
be
agree.
falsified, and you have to
Right.
claim mine,
Right. We agree. So
or
it's
you don't
either
get a
one,
universe.
right? Can't be both. It's one or the other. So if it's one or the other,
No. What I'm
and
saying is that you have to claim mine because the ground
oh,
of reality is empirically demonstrated as either, I guess maybe not the exact ground. Maybe there's like a slightly more fundamental field or something. But as far as we know, the ground of reality is quantum field theory, and there's no going
mhm,
below that.
as
That's
far as we
pretty
know, right?
significant. That
Well,
allows you
okay.
to make a speculative claim, a metaphysical claim about the fundamental nature of reality. You've got three options, right? Infinite regress, brute fact, or necessary being, right? And so, based on the argumentation, people are generally going to land in one of those three, right? I think necessary being is the strongest and most likely the case, and so I hold that position. With that being said, I think
What?
that necessary being is like I said, the
What?
universal quantum field or wave function. Are you confused? I can help you.
No, I'm so curious. You think there's a being, a necessary being? That you sound like a
Yeah, a
theist when you
necessary
say that.
being. No, it's just what they're called. A necessary being is a necessary state of existence, or like a state of existence that
Oh,
cannot fail to exist.
okay. A state of affairs.
I mean, I've said multiple times
Is
that I
that
think
it?
the chickpea is definitely the necessary being.
That what is?
The chickpea.
Okay. That I don't get it.
What don't you get? What's the issue?
The chickpea thing.
Oh yeah,
You
And
because
then
it's
don't
a
like hummus?
bean.
yeah, I don't know.
It's just a play on words because it's a bean, and we're talking about necessary beings, and being sounds like bean.
Oh, that was good.
It's always
Um,
so much funnier when you explain it, right?
Yeah, always.
well, at least now I get it. Um, what were you saying, tacos?
So, Zill, do you understand that the concept of necessity doesn't imply personhood or a mind, right?
Oh yeah. You were saying like being. Yeah, right. I was misunderstanding being. It's because it's more like state of affairs, isn't it? State of affairs?
Yeah, that's what I said. It's a state of affairs that cannot fail
Right.
to exist.
Okay. Okay, so one of those things, so a state, either a necessary, or what would a brute fact example be? And these are for,
I don't know if I have an example because I don't know that there's actually any brute facts, but brute fact would be
Isn't King
something
Kong a
that
brute fact?
no, it would just be something that could not that doesn't have an explanation for its existence. I think that's kind of weak though, because then you could like claim anything. You could literally claim anything for no reason. There's not really a parsimony check. At least
well,
with
how is that
necessary
different
beings,
from
you
the
have the
other
Highlander
two?
rule, right? Like
Well, how
necessary
is,
beings have the
wait,
Highlander rule at least, you know? And so there's a parsimony
oh,
check, and so my necessary being automatically would defeat a God necessary being if they claimed it just by me claiming it, just by the fact that you can conceive of it because I can describe it to you, and then you would be like, oh, and then you'll act like you can't understand.
So I'm going to defend the brute fact here a little bit. I just think the brute fact is what someone opts for when they get to the end of an explanatory chain and they don't wish to postulate a circular cause or an infinite regress.
But if
because
somebody's using that for a metaphysical claim, there's going to be issues, I think. Like no parsimony check.
There's issues with all three of the endpoints of Agrippa's trilemma. So
Oh, that's true. There's issues with everything in philosophy.
Someone may opt to just adopt a quietist position and assert a brute fact because they don't find in that particular instance an infinite regress or a web of circular causes to be a better explanation than that.
well, well, what's the usefulness of saying you don't know the explanation rather than asserting a better explanation? Well, I don't know. I guess there's always the quietest position in all of them.
That's saying you're quiet about the cause of the brute fact.
Is that the law of excluded middle of opinions? Is no opinion?
I'm not sure that there is such a
Maybe
law of
not that,
excluded
but
middle of opinions. I'm not
yeah, no,
familiar with
that's
that.
not that. It's not that. But there's always an out with opinions, I guess, is having none, right?
Yeah, I think it's perfectly reasonable for someone to say I'm not in a position to have a well-informed opinion about a topic. I think that's of course reasonable.
Right. Like how
Let me give you an example of that. Here's an example, Zil. The total number of iron atoms on Earth. Do you think it's an odd or an even number?
Oh, that's obvious. Clearly it's even. You don't know that off the top of your head, dude?
So right. So I think that's like
right. No, I have no idea.
A topic on which everybody would reasonably adopt a quietist position.
Right. There's no reasonable way any single person can demonstrate they know the answer to that question. Unless you're God. Right?
Well, I would argue that if God were going to respond to a query about that fact, that would like destroy divine characteristics. So in the sense that we know a fact like that, I don't know that God would, even if he has like the set of all facts in one location.
You don't know that God would? Why?
Did you watch my debate with Tavo about divine knowledge?
Oh, I should watch that.
Yeah,
no,
that would give you a bigger insight into my position.
Okay, so you have opinions on divine knowledge and divine psychology, possibly?
No, I actually don't have any opinion about divine psychology because I don't think there's a God.
Oh, I thought you were doing like some internal critique thing or something. I don't know. Okay, so you were in a debate against Tavo, who was arguing for God? Is that it?
Yeah, he was arguing for the Christian God, and I was arguing against him.
Okay. Yeah, I'll have to check that out.
It was a pretty good debate. Most of the debates here are pretty good. I think the Leo
Oh, that was
Phillies one
here?
coming up is going to be awesome. Yeah, and I think if you debated modern atheism on the logical problem of the Trinity, that'd be a fun one. I think that'd be a really good debate.
Yeah, he had a
Yeah.
great video today on the Trinity again.
Yeah, he wants to debate somebody on that, man. You should make that happen. That'll be fun.
Okay, I mean, there have been recent debates and videos on it, which is why I was thinking twice on it, but, you know, I'll think about
Bill,
it.
if you want some friendly advice, modern atheism is incredibly well read on the problems associated with the Trinity. So if that's your area of expertise, then I would go into it and check it out. If it's not your area of expertise, I might do a lot of reading first.
Yeah, I would say it's not my area of expertise because I rather like talking about like that cosmology and physics stuff. Not so much the evolution stuff. We don't get into that. But then also salvation stuff, soteriology and Molinism. That's more my wheelhouse than that other stuff.
Right, but the atheists are generally going to be wanting to debate things that are going to like what they think falsify your God claim, right? And so they're going to want to debate stuff like that, not theological battles within the different groups, right?
Right. Okay. I know. Yeah, I'll think about it. Yeah.
All right, let's get back into this.
We have no idea what that's like. So remember, this is supposed to be an argument for atheism. It's the atheist who bears the burden of proof of showing that God cannot have morally sufficient reasons for creating a world with an evolutionary history. And I think that's a burden of proof the atheist cannot bear.
I find it difficult to believe that God is somehow constrained by these like environmental conditions, such that he can't bring about the world he wants, which is a flourishing world of humans who freely choose to come to know him, without the existence of fossil fuels.
It's a matter of whether or not it's plausible that in order to create a world in which the optimal number of people come to freely know him and embrace salvation, that world would involve a very considerable degree of natural and moral evil.
Possible.
And I don't know how the atheist could show that such a thing is improbable.
By saying it's impossible but seemingly implausible. I mean, it just seems that you can understand how it seems on the surface.
I don't understand William Lane Craig's thought process on that. And I think Alex's response was pretty good there. Because he's just like, it's implausible. It's impossible. And he's just like, William Lane Craig's basically just saying, like, what? And this is what I was saying yesterday. I feel like a lot of the things that are being brought up to him are kind of just like going past him, right? In one ear and out the other. He's like, yep, I got something to say for this. But I don't think he's, because they're like instant responses. Most of the time when I talk to people and they're thinking about responses, they are taking a pause for like 2 or 3 seconds, right? And it's if you ever edit a video and you're edit a debate video, it'll be really obvious, right, when somebody's thinking. And like right now, right, like I was thinking right there for a second, right, and I'm just not seeing that with his responses. I feel like they're just immediate snapbacks, right? Are you guys seeing this too?
Yeah, I remember, I think it was John Loftus who would talk about a professor he had when he was in seminary who said, if you don't start with God, you'll never get to God. And I think this is sort of the reverse corollary of that.
If you start with God, you'll get to God.
If you start with God, you can't get away from him.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that's like the ontological argument, right?
Interesting.
Where if
All right, let's get back into this. I just wanted to comment on that because I feel like he's being very dismissive of what's being said to him. And I find that very off-putting, you know?
Extremely implausible to say that God could not maximize salvation without fossil fuels.
Well, we don't know. We don't know what would happen in such a world. So I gave one alternative, that God created an Omphalos world that has coal beds and oil fields and so forth that never were the result of decayed vegetation and eons of primeval forests. And that would force us to regard the past as largely illusory. Now, then you could say, well, maybe it could have created different laws of nature and things.
No.
Right? But then we don't know how many people in those worlds
a very final reply.
to embrace
different laws of
salvation.
Nature.
So earlier he was saying we don't want to speculate on that. And then now he's saying here's some speculation on this now that he's being pried. And I don't feel like he's really addressing the concerns, you know?
Okay. Well, he's saying what he said, and I guess his argument is about we don't know what God's knowledge of the greater good is when addressing this. I assume this is a problem of evil still discussion.
Right, but he's just getting his position torn apart, right?
Yeah, the Craig's recent claim there is just mind-boggling. He's saying that God needed to create the earth with its history intact the way that it is to maximize the number of
possible. Well, I don't know if
saying something and then you're talking. So I'm wondering why I was talking if you're going to talk right into me.
Well, because you got it wrong, but I'll be quiet.
What did I get wrong? Go ahead and correct me then.
No, I just said that he didn't not commit to that. He was just explaining that could be possible.
Yes, fine. He's speculating on that God is trying to maximize the total number of people saved in the universe that he created for the purpose of saving the largest number of people. Now, do you know how many people have existed in human history, Zil? Because we talked about this.
Right. We went with the old Earth numbers, and then we talked about the celestial population. Right?
Yeah. But do you remember what the number of the total human population of all time is?
No, remind me.
It's about 100 billion, right? Plus or minus 20 billion.
Okay.
Yeah, just to be clear. So you understand 100 billion is the maximum number of people who've ever lived. And you've already admitted that you don't think the majority of those people will be saved, right?
No, I didn't. Did I say it? Well, I guess that is in line with scripture that the majority would
so
not.
Narrow is the path, right?
Right.
So whatever the number actually is, it's a less than 50% percentage of that 100 billion, right? So how many galaxies does the universe that we can observe have in it? Do you know?
Can you please repeat that?
How many galaxies have we observed on a statistical sampling of the sky? Like when we do the calculation of the total observable space, how many galaxies are there?
Oh, that's a great question. I'm not sure.
Yeah, so it's between 1 and 2 trillion. In other words,
observable?
Observable. So in other words, if there's a human being who has lived, there are at least 100 galaxies for that one person. Now, do you know how many stars are in each galaxy, roughly, depending on the size of the galaxy?
Let me think. Let me guess. 5. I don't know. Is it 5?
You think the Milky Way galaxy that we are in has 5 stars?
Oh, no. 500.
So you think the Milky Way galaxy, that's the thing that we see when we go out at night and look up at the stars, has 500 stars in it?
No. Let's say.
All right, and real fast, y'all, we have set scales in the back. I'm pulling them up real fast. What's going on, set scales?
What's up?
Hey, man, have you been on here before?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I was just checking. Okay, cool. Well, just make sure you have a respectful discussion. We're doing the open panel and reviewing the video. Kurt and Zill, y'all can continue. I just wanted to get them up on the panel.
Yeah,
Cool.
so you want to revise your number up from 500 for the Milky Way galaxy, right?
Yeah, I do. Let me guess. 50,000.
Okay, so I'm just going to not waste any more time. It's between 100 and 400 billion stars in our galaxy alone.
That's pretty cool.
Okay, so then if we're going to assign stars to people, given that there's 100 galaxies for each person who's ever lived, and each of those galaxies has at a minimum around 100 billion stars, it seems like God's efficiency is poor.
Well, why does he need to be
galaxies for each
efficient
person
according to, your standard, I guess? Why? Well, why can't God still receive?
I'm not saying I have a standard.
Let me reject that. What if God can receive glory from his creation? And I'm not above thinking that there are other earths where God gave them Bibles too.
No, Zill, you're forgetting the argument. The argument is the suffering of life on earth is to maximize the number of people saved. It has nothing to do with what's taking place on any other earth or anywhere else.
Okay. So just Earth among these trillions of galaxies, which have hundreds of billions of stars, right?
That's correct. Those are the numbers.
And yeah, those are massive numbers. Trillion is more than we can really even conceive of. It's very difficult to even imagine something of that amount, even if you're thinking about it.
1,000 billion.
Yeah. A trillion is 1,000 billion. That's right.
Yeah. So you think your argument is that that's inefficient and that it would not be worth it for God to do that, or it's a waste? Well,
my argument is that the God who created that universe probably would not be doing anything on Earth to maximize anything.
Well, God would care about our souls and our spirits, and he would care
you're
about...
asserting that. I don't know that there's any demonstration of that.
Well, this would be the reason towards why there would be focus on us people with spirits and souls. Well, that's part of the Christian belief, but this would be why we would be all special in the universe, I guess. Because under this argument, he chose Earth.
You don't think there could have been a more efficient way to do all the stuff that would save human beings over the last, 3 million years maximum?
Well, why must he be
more efficient way to get
efficient?
that human population optimized besides 14.7 billion years of universal expansion and stellar nucleosynthesis and 2 trillion galaxies with 100 billion stars at least each? You don't think there might have been an easier way?
For sure there's an easier way, but why? Okay, so can't it be possible that God finds value in the majesty of the universe he created, and that it's therefore not trivial, it's therefore not trivial, and therefore it's not inefficient?
No. If he finds that valuable, he values that more than he valued the suffering of the animals. Like, that's an obvious corollary of your position.
Wait, how does that connect? Hold on. Well, I was talking about God.
Craig's argument is the suffering of the history of the earth that all the non-humans had to go through to get us to the point where we're at now was necessary to optimize the number of people who were saved. Am I misreading his argument?
Okay, nope, you're reminding me again. Yes, you got it, I think.
Okay, so that suffering is a natural byproduct of the history of the galaxy itself and the way that abiogenesis and evolution worked, which Craig is a believer in, right? Craig accepts Alex's timeline, numbers of animals who suffered, and the way evolution works by causing death and destruction of the vast majority of organisms who are born only to die miserably without ever reproducing or setting up offspring themselves.
And his argument is for the greater good, makes it.
And his argument is that justified. Is for the greater good, right? Even though the numerical argument that God is optimizing for human beings is sort of made silly when you look at the scale of the observable universe, right?
I mean, I understand your argument because of the size, just based on the sheer size of the universe. So I understand what you're saying, and you're saying, isn't that inefficient when we're so tiny here? My response would be, I believe God can receive glory from the rest of the universe. And
what the hell is that? What is glory? What does that mean to God?
Just the beauty of his creation being. And even under an intelligent designer's perspective, he could have set the universe in motion and just enjoyed his creation. You know what I mean?
Okay, but glory is not beauty. They're very different concepts, right? Like Agrippa got glory for defeating Mark Antony.
But wait, doesn't God receive glory from his creation?
Those are not necessarily beautiful things.
So is it weird to say God receives glory from his creation? Do you think that doesn't track?
I mean, it depends on your position, right? If you hold to the position you were taking previously, where God is outside of time, it's hard for me to see how he could care about glory, because glory is an inherently time-bound concept.
That's interesting. I think an atemporal God could still extract value throughout the timeline.
Glory. He has a lack, and that lack is supplied by the reception of glory.
No, he doesn't have a lack. Well, God can be glorified.
So he doesn't have a lack, so glory is serving no purpose.
But he can still be glorified, though. That's the thing. He can still be glorified, and
but he has no desire for glory and no need for glory and no lack of glory.
No, he requires that from his
glory
creation.
Does no benefit to him.
No, he requires that from his creation. He requires.
Then he has a need. I require oxygen.
Right, and God requires to be glorified, and he wants us to choose the level.
Well, if he requires,
I'm getting off track now.
Your position is incoherent. If he requires it, he has a need for it, which means he has a lack.
Well, he can not be constrained if he requires it from his creation, or it's a demand, I suppose. Maybe it's a demand.
Even a demand is usually based on some sort of need, right? If I say, I demand you give me your car, I kind of means I need a car.
Yeah, I guess, what I am going to go back to, I think it is a requirement and a quality of God that he must be glorified. I think I'll think about it, but I think, I'll stand on that. I think that makes sense. Anyways, I don't know. Yeah.
Is that everything you guys wanted to cover on that then?
Yeah, I just find Craig's argument amusing and sort of a little bit like kid Sunday schoolish, right? It's like a little bit of a, oh, isn't God so wonderful?
Yeah, that's kind of that in one ear, out the other mentality that I was talking about, I think. I'm with you. It's unfortunate. I wish they would take it in, right, and think about it some. Let's do it. Let's get back into this. Taco
Let's
memberships,
go.
let's go.
I mean, what about a world in which animals exist and function in the same way, but they're not sentient?
But what?
But they're not sentient.
They're not sentient.
Sentient, yeah.
Well,
Why
the
not?
question, could you have a dog or a horse or a sheep that functions and isn't sentient? It wouldn't
Yes.
have any pain awareness. It
course
would be no consciousness.
Of course you could.
You think so?
Absolutely, yeah. But, like, why not? You could have, if the reason why these animals exist are for things like laying down the ecosystem, there's absolutely no reason to suggest that there couldn't be an animal which mechanically functions in exactly the same way as an animal that has sentience, but is not in fact sentient. It still moves away from certain inputs in the way that, you know, metal can react to environment by rusting. An animal can react to an environment in particular, an extremely complex.
I think this is a really poignant. Hey, man, good to hear from you. How you
Our
been?
Joe?
Yeah, this is our Joe.
Oh, hey, Joe.
That's our boy.
Dude, I just came up to say Alex O'Connor is completely out of his depth. He doesn't know what he's talking about here.
I don't know. I feel like William Lane Craig might be having a hard time here.
No, because like everything you see, like you could possibly observe about the world is already accounted for within the Bible, you know? There's nothing for you to question. It's kind of the point.
All right. Interesting thoughts there. And then we've got Set Scales in the back again. What's going on, Set Scales? Welcome back.
What's up?
Sorry about that. Yeah, there's been no change in the audio. We'll try to get that sorted out. We'll play this here, though, real quick.
ways, just sans consciousness. I mean, I struggle to believe that God can be sat around with his angels saying, I want to create an animal that doesn't feel pain. And the angel's saying, do you really think that's possible?
It's the atheist who needs to show that a morally perfect God should have chosen a world like that, if it's even possible, rather than a world like this. And it's not clear to me that that is obligatory. The atheist seems to know more about divine psychology than I think he really does.
Look, I really wish Johnny was still here so he can interrupt you, because I don't want to end this conversation. And, you know, I really don't. I can't ignore the sentience of the people who were here, who've brought their questions along this evening. And we're opening up to questions from the floor. But we'll start from the left. Big raised hand.
Thank you both. Alex,
I guess I'll just address that here since they're going to audience. All right. Kurt, Zill, Joe, anybody want to comment on anything here before we jump to the conclusions?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, what he said is perfectly like expected, right? Why would Alex O'Connor know what a divine God would be doing? Like, who is he to say this is what should be expected and this isn't what we like? I mean, I guess the question is, right? Who are these atheists to question what God is doing as if they understand good more than God does, right? It's kind of like the guy. So, that's kind of what he meant.
Joe, I don't know if you've read Stephen Law's paper on the flipped moral valence of the divine, like, morals, but I don't think if you're going to adopt that skeptical theism position that you can even assert that God is good.
Why is that?
Well, because there's no explanatory matrix that explains the good God that can't be flipped to explain an evil God. And especially once you adopt a skeptical theist position where you're claiming that nobody can know the psychology of God, then you can't know the valence of God's psychology either.
Well, what about the libertarian free will situation where it's part of God's sovereign decree that we...
that I posted last night, did you read it?
Oh, what got posted last night?
I posted it in the back chat. I'll post it again if you guys can read it.
Oh, okay, right. Okay. I did not read that, but I remember.
All right, and it's just closing statements from here, actually, or it's just audience statements from here, actually. I thought there were closing statements at the end, but it's just audience statements. So this is all we get of them. Do you guys want to listen to some of the audience Q&A, or do you
I was
guys
going to
want
respond to what Chris said. I was going to say,
That's fine. I'm just getting the thoughts because we can listen to the audience Q&A too and see what they have to say on some of that stuff because there's some interesting stuff in there.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just had to, I guess I was incorrect in thinking there were conclusions in there.
Yeah, go ahead. But
you can respond. You can respond. We'll just get that going. I was just gauging where everyone was at on that.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, I have no problem with, because I think most Christians or most religious people already kind of hold to divine command theory. So nobody really had, when you say, okay, there's a possibility that God cannot be good. Now, by definition, it wouldn't make any sense for God not to be good because they're practically synonymous. So that would only be a problem if I have some distinct definition of good than nothing. I mean, okay.
But we can go back into the video. So they're moving into the question and answer, so this should be kind of interesting.
I've seen seagulls float on air, and they clearly seem to be delighting in it. Dogs, animals. I think you put too much emphasis on suffering, where I think the animals can delight in their life and play. And Bill, I remember last event you mentioned that the purpose of life is salvation, and that it was to behold God and to glorify in Him. Don't you think God could be more like an artist, and all of creation is this beautiful thing that He's creating?
Just real quick.
And also saying that, I also heard him say that in response to the problem of evil or animal suffering specifically, he said that they seem to be delighting in life. Yeah, they have fun. People have fun too. That did not even begin to address the issues that were being discussed. I don't know why he felt he was prepared to defeat Alex O'Connor's point like that. That's actually kind of goofy to me.
Yeah, it's a very weak argument, but
surely take delight in things too. But I think if you look at the totality of the natural world, particularly historically, and add up the pleasure and the suffering involved in animals' existence, I think there's good reason to think that the suffering outweighs it. I mean, the number of vertebrates who are even alive on the planet today is so large that we can only possibly estimate it. And if you think about what the average day must be like for one of these animals, constant threat of predation.
They might enjoy their life.
It might well be, but what I would recommend is...
there's a chap just called, to be clear...
I think his name is Brian...
Alex's numbers there aren't necessarily wrong, but if you burrow down to mammals, the vast majority of mammals on Earth today are either humans, their pets, or their livestock. It's 95%.
Oh.
I also think he gave another very weak response. He's like,
what about the ocean?
Enjoying their life. They could be enjoying their life. I want to be very clear. Animals having fun for one day, every day, half the days does not solve the problem that has been talked about this entire, or I guess half this debate, right?
Well, they have to go to work like the rest of us and
Zil,
get
the
their
numbers
food.
included all marine mammals.
Oh, okay. Really? Because I thought the ocean had so many species, so I'm surprised by that.
Just think of all the animals that ate each other over the 500 plus, or even before, but since we talked about this yesterday, 500 million years ago, roughly, is where pain was developed, right? The pain sensors and whatnot, and the ability to feel pain. And so since then, animals have been eating each other. An uncountable number of animals, big and small.
Almost always alive.
Yeah, big and small, right? Like the worst way to go.
Tasty, tasty animals. Yep.
But it's the worst way to go, right? And this has happened for 500,000 years with pain receptors, right?
Yeah.
There's no response. I don't think there's any response to that would support God being all good.
I suppose the response would be, how you don't know how much God values these spiritual things in our souls, in our human souls, and I guess the value of that and us choosing to love God is far outweighs all of that, because these animals don't even have the same level of cognition we do, not even close, even if they have pain receptors.
Even I think crabs even feel pain, and I think they feel quite a bit of pain. I don't think you're not. I think
All
you're
the
looking at
invertebrates
that.
feel pain. There's no
Well,
question.
I'm talking about the level of sentience and cognition.
I don't know that you can say that stuff feels less pain than we do, or there's plenty of other sentient stuff. Like birds have an insanely developed brain. They have the most neurons per size. It's the highest neuronal density of all animals, and they are very intelligent.
Yeah, Professor Takahashi in Japan has documented that Japanese tits have actual syntactical language.
Yeah, they are very sentient.
I'm not entirely sure what animal suffering has to do with anything in regards to God, but
well, they're asking. This is the problem of evil. Why
the evidentiary problem
would God do all of that?
What? The
or
Bible
allow all of that? That's the question.
Well, it was Adam and Eve, right? Like the fall, the world of corruption. It's kind of.
So, Joe, you're a young Earth creationist, so you don't understand the actual history of the world. If the history of the world is young Earth creationism, I suppose you may have an argument. But the real history of the world is that it's been around for 4.7 billion years, and there's been life that can feel pain for about 500 million of those years.
I thought William Lane Craig was arguing from old Earth.
Correct. He believes that Adam and Eve were Homo heidelbergensis 300 or 400 million years ago.
Yeah, that's an older Earth, right?
And Joe, yesterday we talked about this with Zill, and we talked about it here a little bit while you were here. But pain developed 500,000 or 500 million years ago, roughly, right? So when did Adam and Eve exist in that timeline?
Well, again, it's either like internal critique, and you have to accept the premises laid by the Bible.
The objective
I
fact
never
about
have to accept dumb
reality
premises.
is that evolution is a thing that's happening, and about 500,000 years, or 500 million years ago, I guess our ancestors developed pain receptors, right? So where does Adam and Eve fit into that chain?
Well, if you're asking, well, there's a couple of things you have to kind of like look into before, like I could even respond to that. One, nobody has to accept the young Earth creationist, right? Even if you're a Christian, you could understand Genesis to be a metaphor. And,
okay, well then, if it's a metaphor, then the fall has no effect.
Where do Adam and Eve fit into the chain? And you're telling me that Adam and Eve aren't real and they're a metaphor, right?
No, I'm saying a Christian could take that view and like
so
the point.
Where do Adam and Eve fit into that chain? Because if it's a metaphor, then obviously
Genesis Adam and
wrong,
Eve
so
were like one of the first creations, so like it wouldn't make sense for me to say.
You think Adam and Eve existed 500 million years ago?
What makes you believe that 500 years ago is when 500 million years ago is when life came to be?
That's the scientific consensus on the data that has been collected and analyzed.
Yeah, by the limited data that's been collected, right?
It's not at all limited. It comes from paleogeochronology. It comes from plate tectonics. It comes from climate science analysis. It comes from paleopollen analysis. It comes from molecular biology and phylogenomics. It comes from geology. It comes from huge numbers of scientific disciplines that independently, using different methods, come to the same rough timeline for the Earth.
Yeah, until a new data is presented, and that could potentially change.
There is no data that has been elucidated in the last 75 years that seriously challenges that timeline.
That's why I said until, right? Until a new data comes in.
So you're saying there's a chance?
Well, right, which is why I was asking, where do Adam and Eve fit into this timeline? I think that's a very fair question, given the data we have.
Yeah, but again, here's your mistake. You're going on based on the very limited data you have, which could potentially be changed to critique something that's absolutely
Evolution
true.
is as close to science gets to fact about the natural world. It is the explanation of natural processes that are occurring. And the exact explanation of evolution might change slightly or a lot over time, but it is a process that is occurring.
Yeah, I'm not even sure what this
is-
critique is about then. I mean, look.
I'm asking, where does so the natural history says that pain developed 500 million years ago. So I'm asking you, where do Adam and Eve fall into that chain?
I literally cannot map out Adam and Eve to your preconceived notions of how reality is or how life came to be.
So we're doing a literary analysis?
No, I'm just saying I just cannot do it. It's not compatible with what you're saying, so.
Okay. I just want to be convinced by you of your position, then, because that doesn't cohere with reality if you're saying that, right?
It's not cohering with reality. It's just not cohering with your understanding of how things function and how things are.
No, what I'm saying is that there are objective facts about reality and ways that the world works, and you're rejecting probably the most supported scientific theory we have to claim that when you make your claim that Adam and Eve existed, because you just said it's not a coherent position with reality, right? And so
he said the same thing to me yesterday, Joe. So don't even worry about it, dude.
I just couldn't ever accept your position because it seems kind of silly to me. You're just rejecting real life. It seems like with your position.
No, that's not true though, because like one of us is grasping onto something that could potentially change, and the other one is grabbing to something that is absolutely true. So like, I mean,
no, I think you misunderstood what I was saying. The explanation of it may change slightly. We may learn more. We may understand something better. We may realize that one of the explanations of a part of the explanation of change of allele frequency over time isn't going to change, but there's lots of stuff that explains evolution as well, though. So I'm saying, like, our understanding of stuff might improve, and that will make us have a better explanation. But there's still this physical process that's occurring that's not going to change. There's still 500 million years back. Who cares if that ends up being 550 million years or 450 million years? That doesn't matter, right? What I'm asking is, or not, what I'm saying is, your proposal of Adam and Eve doesn't fit into what we see in real life. And so to me, your position would seem to be almost rejecting reality and be kind of silly, right? And so I couldn't hold that position. And I sincerely want to be convinced that a God exists.
Be nice, tacos.
I am being nice.
You know how we do things around here, sucker.
I am being nice and very straightforward.
All right, I'm just
not raising my voice. I'm just speaking honestly, right?
Tacos, again, I'm just rejecting the point when you said, well, like, your, I guess, notions are not compatible with reality, therefore you're not operating within, the fact. I just disagree with that. I know you believe what you know is absolutely or probably true, but just because you believe it doesn't mean it actually is. There's a difference between perception and reality. I'm just saying, look, you can stick to your understanding of how things function, but the fact remains what I'm saying, which is what the Bible claims, is completely it corresponds with what we see within reality. So I don't think I'm rejecting nature. I think I'm rejecting your understanding.
I just don't see how you see that when I just explained to you where I'm coming from. I felt like I stated myself very clearly.
You did, and I just disagree with it.
I just said that you have a very silly position because you have to reject the literally one of the top most research theories we have, right?
But if not the most self-evident truth, Taco.
If not the most known. I don't think
Joe said that. Joe said it's possible they're like not real. So apparently he's more committed than he thought.
Yeah, I sincerely want to be convinced of a religious position now after what happened very recently. And so, because I sincerely want to be convinced of a religious position, we do have to approach these conversations very respectfully, because that's the only way we're going to get the people that can convince us on the platform, right? But with that being said, wanting to be sincerely convinced of your position, Joe, I just don't feel like there's any way you could convince me of your position no matter what you said, because you do have to reject one of the foundational, not foundational even, just one of the most research, if not the most researched theory, right? And that is just a massive loss to your worldview, right? That
explain
is
a little bit better
negative when
explain
you're
a little
looking
bit
at worldviews.
Tacos, explain a little bit better the entailments of the Garden of Eden existing in young Earth, like 6,500 years ago, or old Earth.
The Earth isn't.
You were explaining that a bit.
Old.
Right. Well,
that would just be
yesterday
a silly
you were talking
worldview.
to me
Yeah,
about
I was
that.
just saying if you claim
do
the
the
Earth
same
is,
thing.
I was just saying if the Earth is 6,500 years old, you just have a silly worldview, right? But if you claim that the Garden of Eden existed like 500 million years ago, that means that you're rejecting evolution and you have a silly worldview as well. Oh, welcome back, Joe. And then if you claim like the Garden of Eden with like special creation of humans, you have to claim you're not an ape, probably. And that's kind of a wild claim too, because taxonomically you are an ape, right? And that's
arbitrary taxonomy, right?
No, that's proven through. I mean, all labels are arbitrary, but that's proven through. But that's proven through every field of science that could impact that, or not proven. It's an inductive conclusion. It's very, very, very likely, right? Extremely likely, because nothing in science is 100% proven. That's not how science works. It's using induction and.
Well, normally when we talk about science, it's like repeatable experiments. Like we talked about E equals MC squared.
No, science actually does not begin with repeatable experiments, and in fact,
there's many domains of
science.
It does
use some deduction. I mean, I guess it would. That's a fair point. Almost though, it does use some deduction, right? Because there's math involved.
The earliest scientific action is taxonomy, and any language is a primitive taxonomy. Therefore, taxonomy is the original science.
Oh. And it's all arbitrary. That's crazy.
It's not all arbitrary. It's constrained and linguistically stabilized. Do you understand that words can exist with ranges of meanings even though they aren't like fully like scientifically defined?
It's a stable system.
Have constrained meaning.
It's a stable system, language, right? Has definitions.
So somebody who calls cows bats will have a very strange life when they are talking around other people. And so while there is an arbitrary characteristic to all folk taxonomies, they are not completely unconstrained and like void of meaning.
Okay. However, that cannot be brought to say humans are necessarily taxonomized as apes.
I mean, as of right now, we are.
In the sense of like physically proven with deductive certainty, you could draw a line anywhere arbitrarily in a taxonomy and split people out, which is what has usually been done. But if we follow the same general rules that we follow when we classify any other organism, humans sit comfortably nested within the primates, within the catarrhines, and within the like great apes, and within the hominin branch of the great apes.
Tomasic. And he has a website called something like wildanimalsuffering.org or something. And he talks about this stuff. He talks about what life is actually like for a wild animal, what kind of experiences they can expect to go through, what kind of suffering they can expect to go through. And I think that you're mistaken. But even if there was lots of pleasure in the life of an animal, and then a bunch of intolerable suffering as well, you would still be left to explain why that suffering exists. It's not as simple as just compensating an animal by saying you're going to have a good life and you're going to suffer seemingly completely unnecessarily in ways that you will certainly never understand as an animal, definitely not. And yet this seemingly could have been avoided, but I'm also going to give you some pleasure, and so I guess it's kind of fine. In other words, it doesn't actually do away with the problem of evil, even if the pleasure kind of balances it out, or even exceeds it. You'd still be left with the unexpectedness of suffering, at least that kind of suffering. And I think that if you look into the experiences that these wild animals go through, it's not as you know, high-flying as you say it is.
It's gratuitous. Can I ask for another question, Sentience?
Well, I'd like to respond.
A brief one if we can.
I'll be brief.
Tacos?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Sorry, I was just adjusting my mic gain thing, but cool.
Yeah. Has anybody ever read the short story, The Ones Who Walk Away from Omelas by Ursula Le Guin?
No, I didn't come across that this Sunday. What does it say?
Yeah, it's a great short story. It's really hard to encapsulate, so you do need to read it. But if you've ever read it, you would see that Alex is basically making that same argument, that the calculus can't be that just because there's quite a bit of joy, it will make up for all the horrific suffering.
Gotcha. Because of the volume of the suffering?
Again, I would just say, you know, unless you've read this story, and I certainly don't want to describe the story for you because tacos would not want that. I would just recommend reading the story.
Okay. Cool.
Also, Dave Gar has an important point of moderation. If this video is William Lane Craig versus AO on May 5th, which I believe it is, then the debate took place in London. Or I can double check real fast on the date there. Let me see. That is May 21. So yeah, that would have been May 5th, probably. Unless they did two of them. They could have possibly done two of them, right?
Yeah.
I think the questioner makes a really good point, and that is that animals live basically very happy lives that typically end suddenly because of animal predation. So I was talking to one evolutionary biologist, Jeffrey Schloss, who thinks that animals are basically very content and happy.
This is called quote mining. This is just picking one person that randomly agrees with you or pulling what they say out of context and then quoting them. Like, this has no value to the debate saying this. It just is an emotional appeal.
Well, I guess he would say he holds that position as well, I guess, right?
Yeah, but this is an emotional appeal.
Okay, well, that's the position.
Happy with the lives that they live, and that this isn't really the enormous problem that atheists would like to claim.
Or maybe even just misstating or misunderstandings. I don't know. There's a lot of problems with this.
This results from anthropopathism, where we project human feelings onto animals like Bambi, and atheists would like to claim. This results from
Oh no, it's in the video. That's going to drive me insane. All right, let's just do it.
Anthropopathism, where we project human feelings onto animals like Bambi and Thumper and so forth. And that's actually wrong, as Michael Murray shows in his book, Nature, Red and Tooth and Claw. Even sentient animals like sheep and goats and dogs and cats, while they have pain awareness, they do not have that second order awareness of knowing that they are themselves in pain, which human beings as
I believe that's demonstrably false for many, many species.
Wait, what is?
That they don't have the ability to understand that they're in pain. Like, have you ever seen a dog in pain? Like, have you ever had a dog that like hurt its foot on something? Maybe it was like running outside and it cut its foot on a thorn bush or something.
Yeah.
Like that stuff happens, and they respond appropriately. They yip, they come over to you, they ask you for help in their own way. You go help them out with it, right?
Yeah.
Hey guys, I guess you're on that BS
clearly
Lewis on panel.
Clearly, they're able to express ideas to other organisms and communicate, even if they don't have specific linguistic capabilities, right? Just like people who don't speak the same language can still communicate.
Like, I have a cat that if you say her name, she talks to you, but she only says like one thing. And I'm pretty sure it's her saying hi when you walk over and you're like, hey, girl. And I'm pretty sure it's her saying hi, right?
Oh, is she possessed?
No.
Are you sure?
No, I'm just saying, like, they respond, right? They have their language. Like, they have their language within them, within their species, and they respond to other species, right? And they do their greetings and they do whatever else, right? And they communicate with you how they can, like dogs will bark or like pull up. All I'm getting at is they have that they're not just like low intelligence species that you're regularly you regularly are involved.
Are you talking about atheists?
I'm saying you're regularly involved with high intelligence species on the planet, usually as pets, and it's like you guys don't even realize it. You don't even realize how capable these creatures are, right?
Like everyone is aware that most mammals are able to feel pain, and they're obviously going to react to it whichever way they do.
But
I'm not sure.
William Lane Craig doesn't. He's arguing against that.
I don't know. This guy. Who even is this guy?
Don't you think that's crazy and wrong? Like, could you imagine having to say that like all the other species on the planet don't have like second order pain understanding or whatever he wants to call it?
No, it's the most bizarre position because organisms have lungs, and those lungs do exactly what they do in humans. They have kidneys, and they do exactly what they do in humans. They have a pancreas; it does exactly what it does in humans. Liver, exactly the same.
The brain does the same
nerves and the brain, and they're like, oh no, in humans it's totally different, even though it works exactly the same and uses exactly the same cells and cell types.
Well,
but we are different.
The same parts of the brain do the same thing. Sure, we have slightly different developed brains, so it's going to be slightly different than theirs and give us slightly different capabilities than them. But they can do a lot of stuff you can't do. You couldn't go catch a squirrel.
Yeah,
but
I could.
Different like bodies, but the organs do the same thing from body to body, and the closer to the relationship, the closer the organ function is.
Right. I think I agree with most of that, but to say, they have organs like we do, therefore they register pain in the same way that we do. I don't know. That's mostly the brain. But
have you ever had a dog or a cat, Joe?
Dude, I lived on a farm. I had cows.
So you've seen animals come to you asking for help with a cut.
Yeah, no, I'm not denying they feel pain. Yes, they feel pain. I'm just saying we don't know if it's going to be to the same extent as humans.
No. It's there. There's data on this, right? So we can do comparative neuroanatomy. We can analyze like the shape of the suborgans within the brain. And do you think that there is any distinction between the human pain receptor centers and other mammals? Because there's not. They work the same. They're the same relative size within the brain. They work the same way.
Okay.
But we're far more sophisticated.
That's how we're able to test pain medication. We're able to test it because we can inflict pain on other organisms and then give them medications that we can tell by their behavior whether it worked to relieve their pain or not. That's how we do it, because we know they're the same.
Oh, I see.
But our sophistication, what's up with that? Compared to, I think, what are they?
Well, then Zone asked a very, Zone made a great point. If we have relatively the same, brain, then why are humans a lot more capable intellectually?
Well, I described that before, and the main difference between humans and the great apes isn't actually like brain function, but it's fine motor control of the limbs and the tongue and teeth. so that we can do much more fine motor, much more controlled learned behavior techniques. That's why we're great at throwing and catching. And that allows us to generate things like tool use and language. And then that has driven like sexual selection for verbal fluence and tool use and brain function, such that we probably do have like better functioning in many respects, even though the original difference is fine motor control.
Doesn't cooking our food by itself also give us more access to nutrients?
Yeah, because we cook, we increase the nutrient availability of our food and have to spend less energy digesting food than organisms like gorillas that have to eat like tens and almost 100 pounds of leaves a day just to get all their calories.
Whoa, that's a big job.
So that like is going to limit the amount of time you can spend on tool use if you have to spend all day munching leaves.
Leaves are gross too. I don't know if you guys eat lettuce or not, but
they're not that bad. You just drown them in
ranch.
Yeah.
Like cooking is tacos is right. Cooking is a huge upgrade just in the amount of free time and availability it gives people.
Yeah, but
versus the amount of time organisms have to spend chewing.
Do monkeys even have
we've got probably a couple 100,000 years at least cooking food and adapting to environments while cooking food, and that
Richard Wrangham puts cooking back 1 million years, like into
a million years. Okay, yeah, so that's 1 million years of evolution with additional nutrient capabilities than other species have.
Right.
Yeah. So Austin has the number here. A male silverback eats 600 pounds of leaves a day.
Nice. Let's see you do that, B.S. Lewis.
I just want to see a gorilla dump after that.
Oh, they are impressive, BS. They are impressive.
Oh, no.
You filter out 600 pounds of leaves. Like, get your rake out.
Right? Could you just think about the amount of calories, man? Like just moving your arm. Could you imagine pulling 600 leaves? They're grabbing like handfuls of leaves and like raking them off, probably, right?
No, leaves deliver 100 calories per pound of food. So you can do the calculation, and Austin's definitely right.
That's so many handfuls of leaves, man.
Well, I'd rather they eat that than people.
Now, I believe the leaves that the gorilla is eating, deliver 100 calories per pound, but they're freely available and they can get them all day. So they don't have much need to like do much else. Whereas with humans, like something like as simple as a sweet potato that's cooked is going to deliver 550 calories per pound of food. So that's like a huge upgrade. And then when you're talking about like even the leanest like wild game meats, those are 1,200 calories per pound. So even in any environment where humans are being able to be like omnivorous and cook their food, they're going to have a huge increase in terms of like calorie efficiency, time spent prepping and gathering food, and amount of leisure time available.
So eating meat makes you lazy?
It doesn't really matter what the food is as long as the calorie density and energy spent foraging is much less.
It changes the way that your future, given you can maintain this, or your future generations are going to evolve, right? Because they're no longer hunting all day for food. They're able to focus on other stuff, right? And so natural selection is going to select species that are better at the new tasks that are being done, and it's going to guide it from there.
This is why Zilla only eats soy.
And my apologies to missing Maud. I did say wild game meats, but because the M's blur together, she misunderstood.
Like
it is wild game meats.
She hears what she wants, man.
Yeah.
Puggle says Brachiosaurus babies put on 70 pounds per day. That's insane.
Whoa.
That's like a whole zill.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
That's crazy, man. Is that a real number, Puggles? Is that really what they're saying? Let me see. Let me ask ChatGPT this. Maybe it knows. Did Brachiosaurus babies put on 70 pounds a day? Let's find out. This is very interesting if true. Oh, it's saying 14 to 31 or 14 kilograms a day, so 31 pounds a day. That's still insane. It's saying during the fastest growth spurts, 31 pounds a day, man.
So
That's
a pound has about 3,200 calories in it.
Titanosaurs, yeah.
So that would mean that the organism has to eat like 17 or 18,000 calories a day.
Gotta go.
That's
She's
a
saying
lot.
to look up Titanosaurs.
Probably much more than that, because it's going to require a lot of metabolic calories too. It's probably closer to double that.
I want to see this. This is cool. I love dinosaurs, man.
They're pretty cool.
Oh, wow. Predicted a peak growth rate of about 55 kilograms a day, roughly 123 pounds a day. Another commonly cited estimate.
God, that's even bigger than the number we had at the start.
Yeah, another commonly cited estimate is 40 kilograms a day or 88 pounds per day. The Alamosaurus has been estimated a maximum of about 1,403 kilograms a year or 8.5. So, I mean, there's a big range in sauropods, it looks like, but Titanosaurs look pretty nuts, man.
Anyway, so the key point here is that, like, the suite of skills that humans have today probably largely come from taming fire, because taming fire would also select very strongly for fine motor control, right? If you're like have an inability to do the fine motor control to start fires with a flintstone, then you're going to have a much, much rougher time than groups of humans who could easily start fires.
All right, so how long until you think the apes on Earth now, how long would it take them to make the discovery of fire and then evolve into humans like they did before?
They already know what fire is. They're just not in a niche where they're exploiting it for whatever reason based on their history as an organism, right? And of course, all of that niche space is now taken up by us.
So we cannot repeat that experiment. Then
it's not an experiment. It's a fact of history. It's like saying we can't repeat that Persian War experiment where, like, the Spartans were at Thermopylae and held off.
Right, I'm trying to figure out
how... It's not an experiment. It's a historical event.
I'm trying to figure out how the current apes would evolve into humans.
Okay, they don't have any goal to do so. It's not goal directed. There's no desire on the part of an organism to do something like that. There's just differential survival through a sieve.
Oh, so there's no nature or environmental pressure for evolution to...
There's pressure within localized niches. The niche constructs the organism. Once the organism is in the niche, it also constructs the niche. There's both direction feedback.
Okay, so do you believe nature is at a stable system or taxonomy is all? You think it's all stable now?
Nature's an abstract noun that we use to make conversation simple, but it doesn't have agency and it doesn't.
Okay, then the ecosystem and, you know, the word, whatever the correct word is for how all of the animals interact with, like, you know, there's a word there. What word?
No, there's no agency involved. There's simply the general heritable variability and differential persistence, right? One group persists, another group does not persist within a given niche. Fish that have eyes that are exposed to light have a huge advantage versus fish that don't have eyes. But once those same populations of fish move into areas where there is no light, the benefit of their eyes goes away, and the fish that lack eyes now have the advantage.
Right. I understand your position is that things will evolve to adapt to their surroundings, right? And
The niche
selection will
helps
select for
create
that.
the
I
organism,
understand.
and then once the organism establishes itself within a niche, it helps change the niche.
But that
I think
stops
another
apes.
important point
Okay.
is between humans and other species is that we're a highly social species, like incredibly social species, and human males allow other human males to reproduce, and they have for a long time.
For
Whereas
now.
that doesn't happen in other species at this high of a rate. And so that allows for more genetic distribution and more at least I would think that would allow for more change in gene frequency within the species, right? Or like a higher or more change of allele frequency within a species, which would allow for a slightly higher rate of evolutionary changes.
And we are now at the tail end of a massive change in like the amount of available energy per human amount of work, like compared to even 150 years ago, where 150 years ago you needed one farmer for every 10 people. You now need half a farmer for every 100 people.
Whoa!
So the amount of free time and people who don't have to spend their time pulling food out of the land is so much more efficient in the modern era than it has ever been before, that we have a warped view of how difficult it is to get food.
Yeah, I think the internet's going to evolve us into potatoes. I mean, that's the next step.
Well, it's the most efficient way to receive our information. It's the most efficient way for potatoes.
Thank you very much for the super chat, Kelly. Greatly appreciate the support. She says, Kurt, the niche concept you are talking about, is that biology science? Is that evolution? Thank you, Kelly.
So, Kelly, a niche is N-I-C-H-E. You might pronounce it niche. But any organism that exists is going to exist within an energetic niche within an either ecosystem or at least a localized biome, right? So an earthworm, for instance, has a niche of eating dirt and taking whatever biological matter it can digest off that dirt and using that for its energy and then pooping out the dirt, right? So once an earthworm like developed that life way and it was eating dirt and getting the like digestible matter off of it and then pooping it out, the earthworm then changes the character of the soil by doing that over and over. And in some ways, it makes it harder because there are more earthworms and there's more competition. And so that makes some parts of their function more difficult, but also some parts get easier because the soil that's really tough initially or maybe difficult to work its way through and requires a lot of calories to go through gets softer as it's repeatedly gone through and the bacteria are taken out. So that there's feedback from the soil to the earthworm and feedback from the earthworm to the soil. And over time, both change each other. That's what it is.
Interesting. Okay.
Great question, Kelly. All right, let's get another topic here. I like doing these reviews. I know we don't cover everything, but it gives us a lot of topics to talk about.
Conscious subjects too. And that makes human pain and suffering qualitatively distinct from animal suffering.
Jack, I'm sorry, I have to put my foot.
Oh.
Can I have a quick brief reply? Because we're taking the question from the lady in the cool jeans, fallback.
This idea that animals
he
suffer,
doesn't even
they're
listen.
not aware that they're suffering, is to me a self-contradictory statement. To suffer is to be.
For confirmation, you're saying WLC, right?
No, Alex.
Oh, gotcha.
Because he's like, let's take this question. He's like, no, we're gonna stick to this
Oh,
one.
yeah.
Which is laugh. This is why I came on, because it's a problem of evil thing. The animal don't feel pain. Apologetic is a forced response because of the problem of evil. I think that people just intuitively know that animals feel pain. If you ever had a dog or a cat, it's just obvious, you know. And if you have to gaslight yourself into thinking that these things don't feel pain so it can fit into your philosophical, theological worldview, so you can think that God is good while watching your dog die of cancer, like that's the only reason that C.S. Lewis and now William Lane Craig and others like them do this. It's not because it's any kind of observation. It's because they're forced to, because the problem of evil is so strong.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how anybody. I think everybody that's owned a pet has had a pet get a cut and come over and ask for help because you're their life, and they don't know what to do. And I think that anybody that has had that happen and rejects that probably has motivated reasoning.
I mean, I suppose if you're a sociopath.
Yeah, I guess that could be the other answer, Kurt. That's very optimistic of you.
I just think it's very clear that animals feel pain and they feel happy and they react accordingly around that. They feel fear. They feel everything, you know?
Yeah,
because like you ever walk your dog along the road with you and it starts freaking out, or have you seen the videos? Here's the second order reaction you can watch on YouTube or whatever Bill called it. Have you seen the videos of the dogs barking at vacuum cleaners, and the people are like yelling at the vacuum cleaner? Don't you bark! Don't you yell at my dog! Don't you yell at my dog! They turn it off and they yell at it, and they turn it back on, and the dog is like, "Oh, they can handle themselves," you know, and they stop barking.
Really?
Yeah, they're very intuitive and empathetic.
Yeah, dude, it's wild. It's a new trend on YouTube, dude. It's a thing that people are doing in there, but that's that like second order thinking or whatever he called it, you know, that like where they're processing information and like thinking about it and responding to it, right? And I know it's like a stupid trend or whatnot, but that's just like an example of them doing that. That like people like William Lane Craig might just reject because of predisposed beliefs, right?
Yeah. And to deny pain in animals is to deny basically any feelings. So you're going to have to deny the happiness that your dog has when he sees you come home. You're going to have to basically turn your pet into an NPC that is like pre-programmed responses and stuff. It's kind of sad.
And Raphael says, True Tech says, animals can rapidly switch emotions, right? And that's a good point. I mean,
especially bipolar ones.
They have the same limbic system we do.
Yeah. That's a good point, right? And some of them may have lower control over their emotions than we do. Like a dog might go running off because they're excited or something, right? But that's not a problem. That's just because of how they react to their system. They're like hunters, right? They have to be quick like that when they see something they want to go check out, you know?
Be aware that you are suffering. You cannot be in pain without knowing you're in pain. That is the same thing as not being in pain. And if it is not the same thing, if it turns out that it's fine because these animals, although they suffer, they don't know that they're suffering, so it doesn't really matter. I don't know if any of you are pet owners, if you would believe that your animal, when it's in pain, doesn't somehow know that it's in pain. But good news, because it doesn't matter too much.
It's a great...
Bill, I'm going to put my foot down, take a question over here.
I'm sorry, then you should be able to do...
Question from this young lady.
You should be able to do whatever...
I missed...
He's like, shut up, Alex.
Yes.
This is funny. Well, they're running out of time. He's trying to manage time, you know. They had a set amount of time that they planned for, and so he's
all waiting for the accent of this next questioner.
Yeah, but that's the moderator doing his thing, you know.
Johnny, so much.
Why not?
I'd like to jump.
Because if we don't, then creatures who inhabit the Earth will go on to suffer. That's why we don't worry about environmentally polluting Mars, because nobody lives there.
Well, I don't think that's correct, but I do want to get to other questions.
What are the grounds for saying?
Your question here. Thank you.
Hello?
Hi.
Sorry, I was noticing a lot of your rebuttals to his arguments were that I find it implausible to believe that a God would allow that, and I was just wondering why we should expect to put our human knowledge and our human morals on a being that, quite frankly, isn't human.
Because we're also told at the same time that this God imported us with moral intuitions. In fact, one of the arguments that Dr. Craig gave in his original 6 was a moral argument, where he says oftentimes that since objective morals exist, and objective morals can only exist insofar as they're grounded by God, we therefore know that God must exist. Now, how do we know that objective morals exist?
He just presented a circular argument. I don't know if that's the best form of that argument. I think you would try to at least not present a circular argument if you're trying to steel man, you know?
That's it. Well, to be fair to him, the moral argument is rather circular.
Yeah, I know.
It's premise one. If objective morality exists, God must exist. Objective morality does exist. Conclusion: God exists. And you could flip it and use objective morality as your conclusion, God as your premises, and have the same outcome.
How do we know that? Because God has placed within us, He's written the law on our hearts. He's placed within us extremely strong intuitions about the nature of right and wrong, about the idea that there are right and wrong things, and some apprehension of what those things are. And yet, in the face of animal suffering, in the face of biblical slavery, in the face of biblical genocide, I'm told to abandon these intuitions, the very intuitions that I'm supposed to rely upon to prove the existence of the God who ordained that scripture in the first place. So maybe you might be quite right to say that I shouldn't be able to take my moral intuitions. And
you have a point you want to make with that, or were you just commenting?
Well, it's a good point, because a lot of times Christians will be saying you can't know the mind of God whenever they're in a corner, but then they all know the mind of God when they're presenting their arguments.
Right.
And the fact
really?
That happened earlier in this debate. But were you watching, I think it was yesterday, maybe, I think it was yesterday. No, it was earlier today, actually, even, where he was, like, saying that he can know things about God's mind, and then, like, I think it was 2 days ago, or yesterday, we talked about it was yesterday, we talked about what the divine mind can know, and what we can know about it, and so, like, our knowledge of it and what it can know. There was a long discussion on that, and they were having that on screen, too. And every time that he got pinned down, he's like, we can't know that. We can't know that. And we can't speculate. But then when it was something that he thought he could get some benefit out of just saying something, I felt like he was just like speculating stuff. Mm-hmm. It felt like he was, during multiple parts of this, he's been self-contradictory on stuff that he's been saying, at least in my view on the way that I interpret what he's been saying.
It's a feature of apologetics. But I think the doctrine of Imago Dei is what really gets them, because they want to be like, hey, Imago Dei, we're made in the image of God. But yet that doesn't translate to the morality of God. Somehow God is not held to the same standard, which is his own standard of his own nature when it comes to commanding horrible things. Yet we're supposed to be held accountable. What the Christian doesn't understand, excuse me, is that they're asking us, the atheists or the non-believers, to do as God says, but not as God does. Don't look at his actions. Don't, even though he's supposed to be the standard of goodness, we're supposed to measure all good morality by him. Ignore what he does and just listen to what he says. And I don't think that's a fair way to assess morality. We all know that talk is cheap, so.
Well, I guess the Christian would say that what you would call terrible things God did were somehow justified. That's what the Christian position would be, right?
Yeah, he self-justifies. He justifies it by itself. I do what I want.
Well,
what is he going to justify it by? There's no standard outside himself.
Well, right. It's according to his own standard, yeah.
Yeah, right. And I can do what I want, and you can do what you want, and everybody can do what they want. That's not impressive at all.
Yeah, it's an interesting situation there. But yeah, that's the Christian's response.
Yeah, do better, Zill. Do better.
You do better, suck it.
Whenever you're ready, talk it.
And trust them and say that they're real and that they're accurate. But if that's the case, then you've undermined one of the reasons why we believe in the existence of God as the grounding of morality, because that relies on the intuition that objective morals exist. And the intuition that animals don't know that they're suffering is one of the strongest intuitions that I think that I hold. I would like to know what the grounds are for thinking that the suffering is different. I'm serious.
Go on,
I'd
Bill.
really like to know what the grounds are.
Yeah. Do you like to reply?
Because Dr. Craig said that animals don't have this
Oh,
kind
he
of
looks like he's in
self-awareness.
pain.
How do we know that?
To be fair, Alex is running on and on in this one. This is the first time I've ever seen him do this in a debate, but I'm laughing because it's so out of character. Usually he's all controlled and like compromised.
He literally
Composed.
forgot a point, I think yesterday, because he's going on and on. I think he was like so excited to debate William Lane Craig that he over prepared and read like hundreds of books and is just telling everything he knows.
Yeah, he's excited to be here. All right.
Yeah, he's even debated. He's had William Lane Craig on his channel before, I guess. I don't know if he's done a formal debate before, but
Yeah, but you can still be
people like
excited
these
to
two.
talk to somebody, you know.
Oh yeah.
Even if you
for
don't.
sure. Oh, for sure. Yeah.
This is funny to watch.
This is a whole new field of scientific study called animal consciousness. In 2016, I believe, a new journal was founded on animal consciousness. And most animals, most organisms are not in any way conscious. They have no sentient states. Spiders and insects and worms and algae and so forth aren't sentient beings. When you get to...
Just real quick, I don't think that's a fair response, because that's not most of like what's being talked about. That there's OBS, you're muted.
Oh, sorry, I just coughed. That's why I muted.
Oh, God, never mind. Yeah, but I just saw your mouth lighten up. But no, that's not what they were talking. They were talking about mostly sentient organisms. So I feel like that's just pulling it off topic into something that they weren't talking about.
But you should notice the animals that he did list. They're all the least complex of the organisms. He's like insects and worms.
That's what I'm saying. They were talking about like sentient organisms, and that's what he brings up.
Yeah, I'm of the mind that the more complex a organism becomes, the more conscious and sentient it is. And so that's why like dolphins and apes and dogs and stuff are going to be more sentient than beetles, you know?
Could be.
Vertebrates.
Yes.
Then scientists begin to detect states of mental awareness that would be shown like pain awareness. But there doesn't seem to be a self-consciousness in the sense that human beings have it. In order to be aware that one is oneself in pain, one has to be self.
He's asking what's a test for that. I don't think this is the right line of the right line of responses. Alex should be like, no, we were talking about like sentient organisms or organisms that have the ability to feel pain even, right? And he should have had like in his back pocket dinosaurs or fish or some number to go back to. Like, I know there's pain back to at least this point, right? These guys had feelings at least at this point. Like, this is an example here, even if it's not sentient, right? Which they might have been, might not, who knows? But I'm sure somebody has an idea, right? But I don't. But the point is, he should have had a point, I feel like, to go back to and try to pin him down right here instead of like, what's meant? No, this is not what you guys were talking about just 5 minutes ago, you know? Like the whole time, like remember the whole what if you did this horrible stuff to your cattle thing that he had to get out? Like, that's not what he wasn't talking about worms. Why is he letting him pull him into that tangent?
Yeah, that's a good point. I think he already knows the answer to the question that he asked. It's because Craig is qualifying pain and suffering on a supernatural scale. There is no test that you're going to be able to test for that with.
Well, what he's just said just before the pause was the self has to know that the self is in pain.
Right, but he was talking about worms to explain how they don't have self.
Right.
Yeah, this is C.S. Lewis's argument. He divides it into like two parts. Like he'll admit that dogs and animals can feel pain in a sense, but they don't have a self to.
Well, does dog know dog? Does dog know dog?
The bounty hunter?
Right, but also the Labrador.
Does a dog know another dog?
Does it know itself in the mirror?
I don't know. That's a good question. I know my cats don't. My cats are dumb. They don't recognize that's themselves. But dogs might be smarter.
I think after a bit they recognize that they walk by and I don't know. Anyways.
But recognizing one's self in the reflection doesn't even like register that you have some kind of supernatural soul.
That's a great point. Whose team are you on?
There are many animals though that operate off of scent and do recognize themselves off of scent. Also, I pulled up a quick list to see who passes the mirror test. Humans, great apes, bottlenose dolphins, Asian elephants, magpies, cleaner wrasse fish, and beluga whales all pass the mirror test.
Whoa.
But that may not apply to all species equally well. Like a dog can't really watch TV well from my understanding, so who knows about the mirror test, right? But like a dog can recognize its own scent, as can many other species. So maybe there's another appropriate test for species with certain physical characteristics, right?
Yeah. Slightly tangential side note. Sorry, Zil, I'll get it quick. You gave me a good idea, Tacos. Missing Maud up there, she says my dog hates my guts, and that's actually true. My dogs do hate me.
Oh no.
And you just gave me an idea with the vacuum cleaner thing. Like, what if I have my family start reprimanding me so the dog doesn't feel that it has to be protecting them from me? I wonder if that's gonna work. Like I'm a vacuum.
Or if the dog's gonna be like, yeah, get him.
If an animal has a sense of being a part of a herd, and they have a herd or a pack, would you think they have a sense of self or whatever that equivalent would be, an individual? And would it matter if they don't have an individual, if they operate as a pack or a herd?
I don't know.
That's the identity they've evolved to have. Like goats will spit and rub on their guard dogs and like do gross stuff on their guard dogs. I think they like cover them in slobber or something, so that they smell like them, and they're a part of the herd that signals the other ones are a part of the herd, like the protector dogs, you know?
Yeah, you don't do that, BS?
What? I wasn't listening, sorry.
You gotta cover yourself in your dog's slobber.
Do you think that's not an identification of self? Do you not think it's an identification of self or friend? And communication of self or friend to others?
Yeah, I don't know. I think the self thing is just like a red herring anyway, because I'm way more impressed with ants who have like this crazy syncretic hive mind. That seems more spectacular than humans having individual selfhood. Like, because to get a bunch of ants to all think together is like probability wise would be a much harder task than to get a person to do what they want to do. Right? So, check one for the ants right there.
Yeah, I was also laughing at Mod roasting me, but yeah.
Yeah, Mod roast BS a lot. That's their relationship.
I know.
Somebody time her out. Hilarious. She's a bully.
That's fun. All right, let's get back into this. I'm just not going to shrink it, because if I shrink it, it'll load immediately.
Conscious. And that Alex, is just, pretty common property, that apart from the great apes, There's no evidence of self-consciousness in the animal.
Could you answer Alex's question on the
absolutely not
test?
true.
What?
Yes, what the test of that was, how you know.
That's
Well,
absolutely not
like
true.
they use like the mirror test,
Right.
where a chimpanzee has a white streak on his face, and they put a mirror in front of him. He sees a chimpanzee with the white streak, and he reaches up to wipe it off. This seems to show a sort of...
And the mirror test has been passed by animals who don't have, who are supposed to not have the self-awareness that you say that.
This is a great field of ongoing study.
Every single test of self-awareness that we've ever devised has been passed by animals who, according to your theory, should not pass it.
The mirror test is a very primitive way of testing self-consciousness. So if you're interested in this, in my systematic philosophical theology, I believe it's in volume 3 on the doctrine of creation, I have a fairly extended discussion of this topic and show that there are even degrees of self-consciousness from primitive intuitions like the mirror test and the chimpanzee to full agency of being a self-conscious first-person perspective. No animal has that first-person perspective that can say, I think that,
but
then describe the states.
That's not what pain is. That's not what pain is.
It is. It does involve self-consciousness that I am myself in pain.
Knowing that you are in pain is the same.
So where is he trying to go with this? Because I don't feel like he's really been responding well to any of the points that have been brought up. And I know you have some type of like William Lane Craig theodicy that you got. You think some way you think is that the right word? Some William Craig position you think he holds that'll like I just don't understand some of these guys' positions. I just feel like they're just responding with making up stuff on the spot, man.
That's what it feels like. But it's felt like that his whole career, though. So I think that kind of is the theodicy for William Lane Craig.
No.
That's how he avoids the problem of evil and problem of everything.
He does seem to be just skipping through a bunch of it, man.
Well, he's zooming out the conversation into what does it even mean to feel pain, I guess.
I don't know. I'm with Alex. I'm making that face.
Dude, even in chat, everybody's just like they're just tearing apart what WLC is saying, right?
Same thing as being in pain.
No, that's clearly wrong.
How is it? Can you describe to me what it would be like to be in pain and not know you're in pain? Imagine that you were really worried about your taxes, but you didn't know that you were really worried about your taxes. Yeah. That just doesn't make any sense. To be worried about something is to worry about it.
If an animal lacks self-consciousness, it would feel it would have a pain awareness, but it wouldn't be aware that it is itself in pain because it doesn't have a first-person perspective.
So who is the pain happening to?
That doesn't make any sense.
I think what he's trying to say is that because it doesn't realize that it's itself, it can't feel pain, or it can't like understand it's in pain.
Or at the very least, not in the same way.
I don't know if crabs have consciousness, but they certainly feel.
It's happening to the animal. And that pain is either morally relevant, or it's not. If the idea is that not having self-awareness...
Look, I'm not saying it's morally irrelevant. That you're making strong distinctions there. What I said was that animal pain is qualitatively different than human suffering. And therefore, we shouldn't assume too readily.
Of course it's different, but in the same way, I mean, pain is an experienced phenomenon. We cannot get into the heads of other people and other animals to know what their pain is like. But we do know, for example, that other animals are far more driven by their sensory inputs than any kind of rationality, which they simply don't have. So, for example, no one has trouble accepting that a dog's sense of smell is so much more intense and acute than we could ever possibly imagine. An eagle's eyesight is so much more intense and acute than we could ever possibly imagine. Why? Because evolutionarily, they rely upon those more than other animals do. Animals having no rationality, rely upon their immediate sense data and their reaction to the world of pain. We have better reason, I think, to think that these animals experience more pain, not less. And so at the very least...
And that's a very good point that he makes right there, because that's what I was saying about crabs, right? I don't know if what they experience, but we know they experience a lot of pain, right? And it's very possible that lots of animals experience way more pain than we do. They just don't have the rational faculties to work their way through it, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think.
But these responses, I think, based off of what William Lane Craig said, I think he's just going to ignore these responses. I don't know exactly where he's going to go, but it's probably going to be something like he's been saying, in that they just don't have the second order, or whatever he called it, capabilities, mental capabilities, right?
I think
I forget
so.
what he called it. But I don't feel like that's a good objection to that, because it's kind of like when I was talking to you and Joe earlier. I mean, if somebody rejects evolution, that's just rejecting natural facts about the world, right? What can you do besides be disappointed in them if they're rejecting natural facts about reality, right?
Well,
disappointed in you, Zil.
Come on, yes. Chill. No. Greg's argument is they live in a different kind of existence than we do, as far as how they are able to interpret the world and things such as pain sensors, and that's his argument. You know, I don't know. We should hear more.
Do you think Craig is winning this argument discussion, Zil?
I think the natural evil is very difficult for Christians to talk about. Is he winning it? He's not doing the best on this part.
Yeah. The last scene where it showed him, he looked like he was getting angry and or flustered.
Well, he's been getting flabbergasted often.
He's got this way that he's responding that I can't tell if it's just like condescending smugness, or if that's just the way it seems like it's smug and condescending, and it's
he does that, and he's incredulous and part of his answers are just like he's incredulous at it.
And they're bad answers to boot. Alex is kicking his butt, man. Yeah. I just didn't know if you could see that as a Christian, because Christians can't see dogs in pain, so I didn't know if it was like a.
Hey, that's not all Christians, right? I mean, it's like I get what you're saying. You're talking about the C.S. Lewis thing.
Yeah, well, that's what kind of WLC is angling towards here too. He's just like, well, they don't even know their own pain. It's like, okay, bro, like we can tell, but they can't tell,
right?
I think we need to be equal. I've heard you say in the past, Dr. Craig, that like this...
Look, you've got to do more than just give your opinion on this, Alex. You need to cite scientific literature.
Oh, he's getting frustrated.
That's what I told you. I think he's getting
He's about to pop.
You see his legs pop. His legs are shaking and stuff, like Andrew Wilson in the Candace Owen debate.
Dude, he's about to pop, it looks like. Oh, all right, let's see what happens here. I'm excited.
Sure, that supports that, because the material I've read and cited says something quite different.
So can you tell me what it is about an animal's brain specifically that's different to a human's, which means that they're not in self-awareness?
In Michael Murray's book...
Just so you know, he cited somebody that it sounded like he had spoke to or read an article from, just some random guy earlier on this topic. It wasn't like I would not say that just in the debate. I said this is quote mining earlier in the debate. Now he's saying I cited somebody for this. Earlier I was like, this is quote mining, because it sounded like it was a quote that was being pushed for his position.
Yeah, it was the guy who was talking about worms and bugs.
Yeah, quote mining.
Book that I cited before, he says that some people speculate about the development of the frontal cortex in the human brain that helps to give this first-person perspective. But in talking with Michael about this, he says this is very speculative.
But it's not just
doesn't know, but there could be that.
It's not just
speculative. Final reply.
Now, I think we're getting distracted here by.
No, we'll jump on to the next question if we can.
But the thing is,
this moderator is great, dude. He's just like, nope. I have these two giant names next to me, and we have 3 minutes remaining. We gotta move on.
What's funny is that this is the substitution moderator. The other guy had the coughing fit and had to be escorted out.
Right.
So this guy took his place, and he's doing a good job.
Yeah, I like this. He's like to both. He told them both to be quiet at this point, and he got pretty argumentative with Alex. That was entertaining.
And he's got the Barney mic. Shout out, Mog.
Yeah, because he was like, I'd rather be anywhere else or something, and I thought that was funny because I forget what he said exactly, but it was funny.
Yeah.
It's not just speculative. You said I could have a quick reply. It's not just speculative. It's not just speculative. I think it's incorrect. I think it's false. There are human beings who have lost their prefrontal cortex, who still have a sense of self, who report that they are in pain and know that they are in pain. We literally have. There's a famous patient called patient R, sometimes affectionately known as Roger, who lost his prefrontal cortex due to the herpes virus. They run tests on him. They put his hand in ice cold water and he tells them, I'm in pain. I'm aware that I'm in pain. Yeah. So we know for a fact it cannot be.
Okay. Well, that would suggest that Michael Murray's speculation is incorrect.
Is incorrect, and I think it is.
This question
so we don't know what it is that's different about the brain that would mean that they don't
brought a library of books and has been holding that microphone for far too long.
Hello there, sorry.
Your question.
As a vegan, this is a very sensitive topic for me, so I'm very happy that I get to say my word in this. Firstly, I would like to say quickly that I've read the Bible and there's a lot of animal suffering in it. I think we're all familiar with that, especially with the animal sacrifices that go on. So I would like to cite Peter Singer, who is a founder of preference utilitarianism, who says that animals are capable of having preferences to not be in pain, and to bring it back to what I heard growing up a lot as a Christian, everything is capable with God or something. So if God is capable of doing everything and every possible world is capable with God, why would God create a world where animals can experience pain and suffering, but maybe if you believe they can't reason, why would God create animals only to experience suffering?
What do you think he's going to say here, BS? This is a really good question. I have an idea where he's going to go. What?
He's going to probably say that it's so we have something to steward as humans. It's all about us.
You think he's going to go back to that from earlier?
Yeah, it's always all about us, and so they're put here so we can, steward them.
Because in his view, it's human-centric from God. God granted, basically. Gotcha.
That's my bet. What do you think, Zil?
Greater good argument again or something.
I do think she asked a good question, though, but I feel like Alex has dealt with this question a few times, or presented this question in different ways a few times in this debate. So I doubt the answer is going to be much different than what BS suggested, but let's find out.
Bill, a question straight to you there, and as you're answering, can we have a question from somebody on the balcony, if possible? I can't see up there that far, but if you can find someone, then we'll take that question next. Bill, your answer.
So help me to understand.
The question was, they cited Peter Singer, told us he used to be a preference utilitarian, now he's a hedonistic utilitarian again. So the morally relevant feature is pain and suffering. Why would God allow so much pain and suffering? It's in Scripture, it's there.
I think that we've already addressed this question extensively. It's not implausible.
He's like, stop talking about it.
In a world suffused with natural and moral evil, that the optimal number of persons would freely come to know God and His salvation. So what the atheist has to show is that there's some other world feasible for God in which a more optimal balance of people freely come to embrace God and His salvation than this world. And there's no way the atheist could prove
you got to pause
speculation.
That. In this atheist world, there is no salvation. So of course we're not going to be able to prove or disprove that point. But the correct answer to the question you asked is he's going to dodge the question completely. And I should have went with that answer because that's exactly what he did.
It's weird how
he went for the greater good thing that I was thinking of.
He started talking about humans. He didn't mention animals once in his response.
Yeah, it's weird how he would bring up salvation like that, though, in an eighth. Like, that's not even a...
It's up to it's up to the atheist to prove that salvation would be better off in a different universe. Like, what are you talking about, dude?
It's like if you talk to a Hindu, they're not going to have salvation. Like, does a Hindu have to prove to you salvation doesn't exist? That's insane. That's an insane request, right?
I think he's at the end of his run, dude. Like, he's really losing.
No.
Every time I listen to him, it gets worse and worse.
Dang.
William Lane Craig, you sir.
So the next question, just because
I think it was a different question.
He says, I think it was a different question.
Good moderation, sir. He's not even listening. He's not even listening. He's just sitting there sipping his tea, thinking about Jesus. And he's like, oh, I'm in the middle of a debate. What's going on here?
And Alex is like, what in the world? What did I just witness?
The weirdest showing for both of these gentlemen. Like, Craig is way off his game, Alex is way off his game, and he's got him on the right night.
The Bible.
Question from the top.
All right.
I got if we can find one.
To be fair, to try to steelman the Christian point of view, Jesus says God takes care of birds of the air, builds them nests and stuff. So that's a point for God, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he at least takes care of the birds that he doesn't really take care of in real life. They get eaten up and die all the
time. He takes care of the other ones.
I mean, they don't last very long unless you put them into domestication.
They last long enough, man.
If you've ever seen falconry, it's like birds attacking other birds. All right, way to go, Jesus.
Got him.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy, man. I don't know. I just don't think any response deals with the problem of evil well.
No. And Bill Craig is trying to hand wave it away in front of a live studio audience. Nothing to see here, guys. Nothing to see here. Like, we're watching you live, real time. We can see you dawdling around the stage like you're don't know what you're doing, bro.
Look over there.
If there's any time where I would suggest the reinstitution of the big cane, like they did back in vaudeville, where you see the big cane like hook come off stage and pull somebody off stage, like this would be it. Play him off with some music with a big shepherd's hook and just pull him out.
Gotcha. Interesting visuals there.
There we go. Your question.
So I think a lot of this has boiled down to some kind of argument from fine-tuning, whether that be about moral properties or physical properties or whatever, right? And Craig has...
No, that was one of the arguments. That was one of the 6 arguments he presented.
Rejected the idea that all of these physical or moral constants could just exist out there, right? We have to have some explanation for them, and that explanation flows from the nature of God. But one thing I've always been confused about is if, say, the physical qualities that make up our universe are necessarily explained by God's existence, how is this any different from them just existing as a brute fact out there? If they necessarily follow from God's existence, why is that different from the universe like just existing without a personal creator?
Yeah, so if the question, the constants, laws of nature, fine-tuning, they're necessary to God's nature, why is that more probable to say they're part of God's nature rather than merely just a part of the world? Why posit fine-tuning as part of the thing God can do?
Now, so the question, I thought the question was about moral values and duties. You say it's about...
Well, she asked a great question, and it looks like he's having a hard time understanding that from that distance. All right. So do you think he's going to answer the question this time, BS, or do you think he's going to...
I don't even think he understands the question, man. I think it's past his bedtime. Look at him. Look at him. He looks like he's kind of scared of that guy. He's like, I don't understand what's going on now.
I don't know why he brought up moral, because I didn't hear moral.
That's what she said. She said if we can explain, he's saying that morals come from the nature of God, and we can explain physical things as just properties of nature. In fact, why can't morals be that too?
I thought it was about just the fine tuning, just the constants.
She was drawing a connection to the fine tuning of physical properties, and why can't morality also be a property of the universe as a brute fact? Why does God need to be necessary for that?
All right. Thanks for clarifying that.
We'll see if he gets it. I don't know. No one asks you, Tacos. What do you think? Do you think that he's gonna understand what she even said?
I think the moderator is going to give him a version of it, and then I think he's probably going to say something about something off topic.
That's a good bet.
The blend was that, so we had the world is organized as such that it allows for beings such as us that can engage with each other morally. Let's say.
It was about finding.
Well, the reason is that within the parameter of universes governed by the observed laws of nature, in order for intelligent, interactive life to exist, the fundamental constants and quantities of nature have to be fine-tuned to an incomprehensible precision. Otherwise, the universe would be life-permitting. And not just life-prohibiting, there wouldn't even be chemistry. There wouldn't even be matter in the absence of this fine-tuning. So it is next to impossible that all of these life-permitting constants and quantities should fall by accident into the infinitesimal life-permitting range. It is vastly more plausible that there is an intelligent creator of the universe who has determined the fundamental quantities and constants of the universe to be life-permitting, so that life will exist.
The question is specific.
Yeah, he missed it.
What do you guys think about this response?
He missed the connection that she was making to morality. He just started launching into his reiteration of the fine-tuning.
Yeah, well, and Alex is about to correct him.
Okay, maybe. I think it was still, I guess, somewhat related because it was related to the fine-tuning argument, but
it is. It was a complicated question. I'll give him, the benefit of the doubt on that.
And it got intercepted.
Right. So I guess then he went back to, I guess, the main fine-tuning argument again, and that his assertion is the probability of it becoming this way to be life permitting is vastly less probable than there being an intelligent designer, which is like that's the boiled down argument that he gave earlier, right? Same one, I guess.
Yeah, he's just reiterating it. But that wasn't the question, though. Like, she was making a comparison, and hopefully Alex corrects him.
He's about to. I just wanted to get y'all's thoughts on that response because we had brought up we had made some predictions prior to the response, and I thought it was relevant.
Asked what the difference is between saying that these constants flow necessarily out of God's nature or just sort of flow necessarily out of some kind of brute fact. Yeah. And I think the answer is will. Like, if God has a will, he would will that the constants were a certain.
Alex has to answer it for him. Oh man, this is interesting.
And it's nice that he's talking to the person in the audience. He's like has to shield his eyes so he can look at the person up there. That's personal. That's a nice personal.
He's got sunlight on up above his hand and below his hand. Do you see that shadow?
Mm-hmm. But that's Craig doesn't even look at anybody. He just looks around, and when he answers questions, he's just expecting everybody to look at him. And Alex is actually trying to conversate and have a meaningful connection with every audience member he talks to, that's salesmanship.
Awesome.
whereas some brute fact, just the universe itself, would not have that kind of will. But the question there to ask is, why is it that the meta conditions are set up to make it so difficult to bring about a material world? There's a really interesting argument for Gnosticism in here, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, which is that the creator of all things doesn't want a material world to exist, and so sets up the conditions such that it is infinitesimally difficult.
Yeah, I think that's a misformulation of the final argument.
And yet it happens anyway. So the intention is explained.
I don't think William Lane Craig liked that part.
No, he didn't.
He didn't like that at all.
Like, fine-tuning explains Gnosticism better than Christianity.
Hey, no, let's not do that one.
By an intentional agent who brings about the material world, but the meta conditions making it really difficult to bring about a material world means that the creator of all things doesn't actually want that material world.
Question from the man with the grey beard and the longest conceivable arm. That's you, yeah. That's him. Right at the back. There's a few grey beards. Let's see that one there. Two up. One with the grey. Two to your right. There, that's the one. Him. He's got a massive arm. You can't miss him.
I don't know so much about the beard, but you know.
You don't have a beard.
The evening's quite young.
The light is there. Sorry, you're filling in the blanks.
When this session started, all those units of time ago, I thought Alex O'Connor was going to give us arguments against the existence of God, and it seems to me that what he has said is a loving God could not allow human suffering. A loving God could not allow animal suffering. I'm sorry, animal suffering or human suffering is not evidence for the existence of God one way or another. What you do, start with a proposition, is it more likely that God exists or not? And speaking for myself and for the reasons which Dr. Craig advanced, I think the balance of the argument, God exists. And if we then try and say, why does he do this? Why does he do that? I don't know. I'm not God. And either does Alex O'Connor.
All right, pause. This is the guy that Alex goes off on. I remember this guy. I thought it was earlier, but this is the one he actually gets in the argument with.
So I think that guy was asking more like, why are you not just addressing like a general God concept rather than the Christian God concept? Because a general, like the background to this guy's question sounds like it's something like a general God concept isn't required to care about anything, right? And so
yep.
I think this is the background to that guy's question. And so he's just saying like a generic God, right? Like what's the argument against that? But I'm going to predict that Alex, he said he's going to go off, but I'm just going to predict that Alex is going to say something like, well, this was William Lane Craig's version of God, right? In probably more words, right? All right.
Yeah, and the gentleman's actually right, because he's just describing deism.
Yeah, they should have said Christian God instead of like God, probably, to be more specific with the debate prompt, because they were going for William Lane Craig's God and not some generic God, because William Lane Craig was not arguing for some generic God concept. He argued specifically early on for the God of the Bible. He specifically mentioned miracles.
Yeah, the problem of evil in any circumstance is only going to address a God who's all-powerful and all-loving / all good. And so deism doesn't qualify for that.
Right. All right, let's see what he says. Oh, wow, that got cheers and claps. What in the world? Why would they get cheered? They're like, yeah, this guy, he knows what's
Christians.
Up. Yeah, he knows.
No, he was like, both of y'all are some suckers, and that's
this
what
guy knows what's up. This guy knows what's up, right? No, this is a conversation between Alex and William Lane Craig, not a deist and Alex, right?
Yeah, that guy was getting a little spicy, though.
Was that a question?
Joining in the debate at this point.
Well, if I might just make a comment on that.
Go on.
The questioner, I think, is actually making a very good
The moderator's
point.
like joining
It's
in the
been said
debate.
that one man's modus tollens is another man's modus ponens. That is to say, the theist can agree that if God exists, then gratuitous, that is unnecessary, purposeless suffering does not exist. If God does not exist, or rather, if God exists, then gratuitous suffering does not exist. But then the theist can say, we have very good arguments.
If God exists, then gratuitous suffering does not exist. Wait, what?
Wait, let him finish.
Okay.
arguments and evidence that God exists. And therefore it follows that gratuitous suffering does not exist. That's
obviously unsound.
Yeah.
Because gratuitous suffering does exist.
I think he's using a reductio ad absurdum right now. That's why he looks even smugger than usual.
He's just like, I can logically prove gratuitous suffering does not exist.
This is what my opponents say.
I don't want to explain what gratuitous suffering is even, you know? Like, any example I think is going to be horrible, right?
Yeah, every freeze frame you put on him, he just looks older and older. I'm sorry. I should talk.
Come on.
I'm sorry.
Come on.
I won't say anything more about his looks.
We'll go to the next one.
The logical consequence. And so Dan Howard Snyder, in his anthology on the problem of evil, says, the problem of evil is really only a problem for theists who have lousy grounds for theism. But if you've got good grounds for theism,
oh my God, the problem.
This is so frustrating to me.
Oh man, this is like, there's so many people that deconvert today because of the problem of evil, dude. Like, isn't that why you left Christianity?
It definitely didn't help.
Or I mean, a big part. I mean, I know there's other stuff, but like that's like your big argument and everything.
It's my jam. But it's such a big deal to Christianity that they made it their own specific category of their theology called theodicies just to deal with this problem. Right. So you like, if any Christian who tells me, oh, problem of evil is not a big deal, then I'm like, talk to all the church fathers who spent thousands of years trying to combat this thing, made a whole category called theodicies, and they still haven't beat it yet.
Right.
Well, right. I think the two main arguments are for the greater good, and then as far as moral evils, it's a consequence of libertarian free will.
Free will, sucker.
I think they had a pretty in-depth conversation about that earlier, though, that Alex was on top.
Yeah, it's both of those have been defeated handily, Zill. And there's more than that in the theodicy realm, but well, let me give you an example. If you're saying like greater goods, let's say that the sin of fear was invented by God so that we can have bravery, right? That's a greater good that comes out of fear. But we can have cowardice as a greater evil. So any greater good that you can propose that comes out of a quote unquote evil, I can propose a greater evil. They cancel each other out, and we're still left with the original evil, which is unexplained.
Okay, well, as far as greater good for like individual actions, but I thought he was saying like more good things would happen or more value would be generated.
He's saying the opportunity for more things. Yeah, it's only an opportunity thing. It's like, I hope that greater goods will come out of this, but if there's a possibility of greater evil, like bravery versus cowardice, unless you know the future, you can't tell that God's world is not going to just devolve into a bunch of greater evils.
Oh, well, I guess it would just have to be, God would make sure that it's more good under that argument, I guess.
And then that one shoots your free will one in the foot.
No.
How's he gonna make people decide to be brave or cowardly without impinging on their free will?
He provides the opportunity for them to make that.
For failure.
For failure. Or for overcoming. And that would be the bravery, right?
Yeah, it would be a big gamble.
Well, it's a test.
Yeah, it sure is. All right, Tacos, I derailed enough.
All right, let's get back into this.
The problem of evil isn't a problem, as the questioner said. We don't know why God permits the suffering in the world, but that's irrelevant to the fact that if we have good grounds for believing God exists, then that gives good grounds for thinking that the suffering in the world really isn't gratuitous, but serves some greater good.
We spent most of our time this evening discussing.
He's back to the greater good argument. Back to the greater good argument. Oh, man.
Yeah, he just is going to ignore that there's greater evil possibilities.
One premise of the Kalam Cosmological Argument, which I don't think is sound. I think that there are lots of very good arguments for the existence of God. That's why I'm an agnostic. I think there are good reasons to believe in God. I think there are good reasons to doubt those reasons. I think there's good reason to doubt that we can even fully understand what we mean when we use a word like God. It would depend on what you mean. We've been talking about the Kalam. I found it unsound. That's all. I gave you one reason to suspect that the God that William Lane Craig is suggesting, which is an all-loving God, which, by the way, many arguments of the existence of God conclude that God must be loving. And so, in the case of those arguments, the problem of evil does actually provide a good reason not to believe in that God. Of course, we haven't had time to get into that. And when it comes to talking about even this one argument, which I don't even think is the strongest argument, by the way, I just think it's probably the most popular, I feel as though it's up to you to decide if you think that I've even had the time to explain my case properly. But of course we didn't. It was 10 minutes long. We didn't even begin to talk about the concept of animal suffering. And I think that if you want to just sort of dismiss that as, well, I know God exists, so God must have some kind of reason, then fine. But that's not the conversation we're having over here.
The conversation we're having here.
Let's talk about that point real quick, and then we'll hear the other person that's trying to debate him in the audience. So I think that was a very good response, and I think he should have. He said it in a lot more words, but I think he should have said something very specifically, like a quip or something, or just been like, "Hey, this is not what we're doing right now. Look at the debate. Look at the God that was presented to me." Like, I wouldn't even address the deistic God. I'd just be like, look at the God that was presented to me. I wouldn't be like, I'm an agnostic. I'd just be like, look, or maybe, but if I was in issues, right? But I'd just be like, this is just not what we're talking about here. This wasn't the conversation, right? We can have that conversation, but that's another setting, right? I think that would have been the strongest response he could have given. What's up, Kurt? Good to see you again.
Howdy, Kurt.
Yo.
Yeah, happy to come on in. But
you have a good dinner or movie time or whatever you guys did. You have fun.
Yep.
Glad to hear that.
I think that person in the audience was William Lane Craig's brother-in-law, and he's a plant. He was planted there to heckle Alex and make WSC look good. That's just my conspiracy theory. Take it or leave it.
I think he's just doing his thing. There's just argumentative people out there, you know.
No, there's not. What do you mean?
How many Christians have you spoke with, or have you seen, not spoke with because you're Christian, but how many Christians have you seen debate atheists and be like, but you're not disproving a general deistic God or general God, or however they decide to phrase it, or you're not disproving like a global God or whatever they decide to say, right? Like, I'm sure you've heard it from Darth Dawkins. I'm sure you've heard it from so many apologists. Like, it's the fallback, right? Like, oh, my God's disproven, but there's still a general deistic God, so I can still believe in my God, right?
Yeah, it doesn't give you a pass. If you disprove the Christian God, and then just disprove it, and like become a Hindu or a Muslim or something.
No, I have a Substack on this where like the Mott position is always like, oh, there's this lovely God and he listens to you when you pray and he knows everything that's going on with you and he wants what's best for you and you can pray to him for your daily bread and he'll respond and give it to you. And then when you question them about how that works, they're always like, no, it's just a metaphor.
Well, no, it's not a metaphor. Well, Christians really believe that God is real and cares about us.
So you say
which part was a metaphor?
He has a moment before he's heard the prayer, and then he hears the prayer, and then a moment after the prayer, he acts. That's temporal, Zell. That's not your God that you were defending the other night.
Well, why isn't he able to interact at any slice of a B time?
He's not interacting if he's not in time.
How do you know that?
Because we're in time.
Because the words mean something. The words either have meaning or they don't. If he means he's atemporal, it means he's not in time. If he's atemporal, he can't hear prayers and respond to them.
Why not? Remember yesterday I was talking about imagine
It's a
if he was
sequence
just a
of
higher
events,
dimensional being.
Zill. It's a sequence
Wait.
of events. You pray, God hears, God acts. It's a sequence. That's time.
Well, that could be God choosing when to
Choosing
where in the
implies
timeline
time.
to
Choosing is time.
right. Well, he would choose which time and place to intervene or
That
respond.
happens in time. He's not atemporal then. He's just in time. He's just part of the situation.
I think it's fine to believe that God is able to
Again,
interact in
this
our
is a perfect
timeline.
example of the Mott and Bailey, where when you're pressed on it, you want to say, no, I have this very difficult to defeat position. But then when I say, but the God of devotion is all this, you want to go, oh yeah, he's all that. Like, it's ridiculous. Pick a lane.
No, I think our only disagreement is I was listening yesterday, or I was listening to the thing, and you were like, it's an exhaustive dichotomy. What you were saying, he's either atemporal or temporal. What were you saying? What was the word you used?
Yeah, it's an exhaustive dichotomy. He's one of the two. If he's one, he's not the other. If he's the other, he's not the one.
All right, well, law of excluded middle, sucker. Yeah, what about
how on earth do you think the law of the excluded middle applies here? Can you explain your mind?
Well, him interacting with our time space does not mean he then becomes atemporal.
Right, it means he's temporal. Thank you for proving my point.
I mean, it doesn't mean he's temporal.
He's in time. I don't know how that doesn't mean that.
Well, I think he's able to interact with our time space without becoming temporal. Like, why can't he exist in a higher plane?
To handle any criticism is to say, yes, I know the word normally means this, but it could mean something else that is the opposite of that meaning. That's
words
the
don't
Christian
mean
move.
words. Yeah. Words don't mean words. Or they have their cake and eat it too. He's both temporal and atemporal. Like Jesus is fully man and fully God at the same time in the same way.
Well, that's the part we would go towards, is the nature of Jesus when he was.
But you just God intervenes. You just quoted the law of excluded middle.
Yeah. So
I know you dunked on yourself, bro.
I really want to know how the law of excluded middle helps get rid of an exhaustive dichotomy. It's literally the excluded middle.
It's not a real exhaustive dichotomy.
It's saying there's no harmonization.
Guys, I don't know, but let's get back into this.
Suffering with animals exists. It's suffering with human beings.
Can we get a microphone on for the recording? Can you just state his reply back? Can you keep your reply brief, and then Alex with the reply?
I'm saying that reduces.
We'll jump over here for what might be our final question. If this is
the point that you've been making is that animal suffering and human suffering is evidence against the existence of a creator God. What I'm saying is it's neither evidence for or evidence against. A creator God is decided on other criteria completely.
So would you say that the existence of suffering is more or less expected on the hypothesis of theism or atheism, or do you think they are genuinely equal?
Accepted by whom?
What do you mean? It's expected by you.
It is irrelevant.
Expected by
That's
you.
like saying I believe in Father Christmas because he's a nice man and he brings my kids presents, but I don't believe in God because he allows suffering in animals. I mean, that just doesn't make sense. The two arguments are completely different.
Tell me what you think you would expect to find if there were a God who were invigilating.
I am not God, and neither are you. You're going about it the wrong
mysterious
way. The first
ways.
thing you've got to say to yourself, what is the evidence for a creator God? And as you've been fairly conceded just now, there are arguments for and against. But the idea that suffering in animals, suffering in humans,
we're going to move to a question over here because you have 3 replies. Alex, a brief reply.
That's fine. If you're
Oh, it keeps going. I just played if you're trying to get through this.
Well,
he doesn't give up.
Do you guys have any comments on this so far? Because it just seems like he's being argumentative about the general God concept when the whole debate was about the Christian God concept. You know?
Yeah, the existence of Spinoza's God is like, sure, absolutely, there could be Spinoza's God and there could be animal suffering. The existence of a clockwork deist God, absolutely, totally consistent. It's only the Christian God that faces the problem.
Confirmed it.
Vision of God. If your vision of God,
we're not doing this. We're not doing this.
If your vision of God,
I have to say, I love that Alex and William Lane Craig and the audience have been battling with the moderator to keep talking to people the whole time. This is like when I run like a Leo and Jim Bob debate or something, or like a T-Jump and a Jim Bob debate, and I have to like reel them back in. You know, I love it. I love it. It's so funny to me.
Taco's rooting for the moderators.
What's up?
You're like a quarterback who always wants the quarterbacks to complete all their passes. You're always rooting for the moderator.
He's trying. This is a substitute moderator too. He's doing good. He's trying. He's been on a time limit, right? So he's been trying to keep the time because he's got X number of minutes to do this, and so he's been trying to get through all the questions, and it's just like they're just taking forever doing the questions. So he's just trying to speed through it, and he can't get them through it. He's just like, oh, we're not going to get to everybody. That's all that's going through his brain, you know.
Personal entity which creates the universe at some first moment in time due to the impossibility of an actual infinite regress, and then just doesn't give a squat about suffering. If that's the God that you believe in, then fine. But that's not the God that most people are worshipping in church. That's not the God who supposedly resurrects Jesus from the dead, for the purpose, by the way, of human salvation. Meaning that actually, at least in the case of human beings, their mental states do actually matter quite a bit. Which means that if there is some unexpected aspect of that mental existence, that needs to be explained and is less expected on the hypothesis of theism.
They couldn't even clap him off.
Yeah, you hear how many less claps he got there?
Well, they were trying to clap him off, and he still wouldn't shut up.
Like, were there people leaving behind him?
Yeah. Great response, dude. Great response. And let me see. Is that re-examination show? What's going on, dude? Is that re-examination show?
Yes.
Cool, I'll get you pulled up. What's up, dude?
Hey, I just thought it was kind of strange. Does anybody remember the dialogue between Sam Harris and Jordan Peterson on whether or not just because something is true that it has to be good, or if it's necessarily that the disposition of any universe would like necessarily be good if it is true? Does anybody remember that dialogue?
That's not what they had the dialogue about.
Okay, remind me what they had the dialogue about.
So Jordan Peterson argued that truth was grounded out in like whether it was good for the person who believed it. That would make it true.
So would it be subjective to the person's understanding of what goodness is and benefit?
No, he went with a purely pragmatist determination of truth. If it made the person who believed it more likely to survive or even feel better, then it was true, regardless of the external facts of the world.
Okay. And then Sam Harris would take the opposite, where something could be true and detrimental to the person, and they would still have to have allegiance to that truth. Or how did Sam Harris go about it? It's been a while.
Sam Harris's position was that the outside world exists, and that if your wife is cheating on you, even if you believe she's not, she's still genuinely cheating on you, and she's doing that even if you are better off believing she's not.
Yeah. Yeah, and there were things I remember. There were things I agreed and disagreed with both of them on, and I think Sam Harris's was more realistic. But what's weird for me about this portion of the dialogue is Alex contending that if God were real, then it would be more likely that there would not be animal suffering because reality would have to be good in that case. And he's using a generic God model to argue this, right?
No, he's arguing against the Christian God of William Lane Craig.
I think Regress means just for this back and forth with the audience,
right? With because the guy in the audience was saying it's not evidence one way or the other.
He's responding to like a general God to the audience member,
right?
But I would have just told the audience member straight up, I was dealing with William Lane Craig's God, not like this.
That would be the easiest answer.
Like that's literally like I guarantee you they had pre-talks. William Lane Craig sent him his intro probably a little bit, so he had time to prep, you know. Like this isn't just some random debate. This is a legit high quality, high caliber debate, right?
Yeah, it wasn't even supposed to be a debate. If you guys remember back to the beginning, Craig said it was a discussion.
Right.
And then Craig went on to roast Alex in his blog afterwards about how ill prepared he was for a debate. It's like, you said it wasn't even a debate, dude.
Yeah, I saw that. And if what Alex O'Connor represented was true, then yeah, it's disappointing by William Lane Craig to go out of his way to turn a discussion into a debate post hoc in a blog post.
Yeah. Well, it didn't seem like it. Craig said it himself. He said, "I'm here for like a nice, chill discussion." When they both walked up on stage, so I think it's pretty hard to deny by any evidence. You got Craig's, verbal, and then you got Craig's writing in his blog. So
I think I think it went the other way, though. I mean, if I was scoring points, I feel like Alex was the one listening to, understanding, and responding to questions. Even audience questions that weren't for him. He responded to one or two of William Lane Craig's questions for William Lane Craig because he couldn't understand what was being asked.
Yeah. To Rex's question about how he was trying to ask him what he would expect, and I thought that was it wasn't good. I mean, this whole back and forth with the audience member isn't good, but he asked him what he'd expect, and the guy's just like, I don't know. I have no idea. And it's like, I could see it was a wasted question for Alex because the guy already said pain and suffering doesn't prove or disprove a God. So of course, the guy's not going to know what to expect. If a general deist God was the thing. So, but that's not what's being argued in the main body of the topic. It's Christian God.
No, agreed. I just remember that Alex O'Connor, he had a video where he was asked what is something he regretted, and this was the thing he regretted, was the way he engaged this particular audience member's question.
Yeah, I think it was just low self-awareness for Alex in this whole debate, or the question part anyway. Like, he kept rambling, and I'm not used to seeing that from him.
No, he probably got thrown off because he's talking about the Christian God specifically. And then he gets this question from the audience about generic God. And of course, generic God, there's nothing to actually sink your teeth into. It's just like a proposition of a God plus a universe. And then how are you going to characterize, the necessity of animal well-being because of blank God, placeholder God.
Yeah. But if he would have given a look to either Craig or the moderator at some point, he would have realized, like, you can just read their faces, like, we're moving on. And he's just not moving on. He's stuck on it.
Alex was like, let me pick up this chair. Let me get at him. Run up the
he's
stairs.
About to WWE him, right?
Go full Jerry Springer in the middle of a William Lane Craig dialogue.
Yeah.
Anyway, that was just the question I had. But Kurt, thanks for filling me in because it's been a while. But I remember it was fascinating because Sam Harris and Jordan Peterson had a dialogue that was adjacent to this, not exactly like this, but adjacent to like the relationship of reality and goodness. Is just because something is real, like is there an inherent like linkage to goodness in it or not, or depending also on how you define real, which Jordan Peterson is kind of wonky on. Anyway, we can go ahead if you want.
All right, let's get this going.
Of course, Christian theism. Than it is on naturalism, which is not to say.
You said your belief is formed partly on personal experience and partly on these arguments you make. And I can't understand how it would be fair that a loving God would allow some of us to be here in London in this year hearing these arguments and some people would...
It for sure is in London, Kurt.
Have been very isolated hundreds of years ago and not get this chance to... I know people whose belief is formed largely on these kind of arguments. So I can't see a world in which a loving, fair God allows people hundreds of years ago to not hear this side, and they have to rely purely on personal experience.
I have to agree with him. I can't imagine a loving God that wouldn't allow people to watch the Breakfast Tacos show.
No, that's a great point. We hear Kurt and others bring that up all the time. I've heard that in debates too. It's just saying that people prior to modern day that don't have access to all the technology and data ever, that can see all the arguments and don't have the same argumentation and knowledge we do, still they believed or didn't believe for whatever reasons, right? But they believe for different reasons than what we had today. No, that's a great point.
Yeah, to me, like either soteriology works regardless of what you believe, because I doubt even a tiny minority of Christians have ever had the correct belief on the Trinity, regardless of what belief it is, regardless of whose version you pick. And if that's like what determines salvation, then the number of people who are actually saved is incredibly tiny. Or it really doesn't matter what you believe, and it's based on some other criterion.
Well, knowledge of the nature of the Trinity wouldn't be what salvation is about. It would be about,
So
believing
people
in
who get worked up
Jesus.
over the Trinity are worked up over literally an unimportant fact, correct?
No, it's something to consider if we're
So it has
saying
no effect
Jesus
on
is divine.
salvation, but
Is it
it's
a
really
salvation issue?
important.
Is it a salvation issue if somebody says Jesus is not God? I suppose. So is that what you're saying? That's how the
So it
Trinity
is a
is
salvation issue,
brought
so
in?
then almost nobody's ever been saved.
No, because you don't need to know the exact nature of the Trinity to believe that Jesus is divine. You just don't.
So Muslims believe Jesus is divine, so they're all saved.
Yeah, but they don't believe that he died for our sins and is the only way, the truth,
Oh,
and life
so it's
to
like, it's
heaven.
way more than just believing Jesus is divine. Now, how many people in Christian history have understood that adequately? That's the question.
No, okay, look.
Just basically the people on panel here.
Okay, so believing Jesus is divine and that his sacrifice was for our sins. That's you have to believe in Jesus and that he died for us, right?
So you know that there are like loads of Christians who don't believe that Jesus died for sin.
Well, why would that be? Because that's one of the most basic things about Christianity.
It sounds like you're not familiar with the breadth of Christian belief, because I believe the entire Eastern Orthodox tradition does not accept substitutionary atonement as the reason for the death on the cross.
Oh, okay. All right. Well,
now is that a salvation issue, Zil, or is it unimportant?
I would want to know more about their belief. They're saying that salvation is not based on Jesus's atonement for our sins.
So they would say that the death of Christ was to redeem all of creation, which in turn redeemed all of humanity in such a way that now we can approach God through theosis, which is a totally different understanding than a Protestant's understanding. Protestant's
Correct.
understanding would be
Is
regeneration.
that a salvation issue, or is it not?
It may affect soteriology. I don't really know.
Kelly, Muslims don't believe Jesus is God, but they believe he is the Messiah and he is going to return at the end of time, which I see as divine, but everybody can use their own determination.
Kelly?
Yeah, the same one.
Yeah, I monitor chat closely because it's really important, and so I'm just responding to stuff in the chat.
Oh, I didn't have live chat on. I had top chat. That's why.
Y'all want to get back into this, or you have more to say there?
I'm cool getting back into it.
I'm ready to watch Alex go beast mode on this guest.
Tear off his shirt and just
so
start bashing him in the face.
Only now we're hearing about your...
No. He's obviously not going to do that. Obviously not. Don't say stuff like that.
He's going to bring out his tungsten knuckles and just nail the teeth out of these people.
No, he's not. He's making a joke. Don't say stuff like that.
Oh, I'm
please.
sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to...
Yeah, it's all a joke. He's just making a joke because there's
in a video game,
verbal,
as they say.
verbal.
Right, in Minecraft.
Yeah.
Great philosophical work.
Sorry, you have to explain stuff like that. Otherwise, it won't understand.
Okay, I apologize. I never meant to do anything like that to jeopardize.
No. It's fine. We're
moving on like the moderator.
Yeah. You got to move on.
Okay.
People 200 years ago didn't get that privilege. How can we expect them to believe? Is it fair that they had to do so only on faith?
Well, I made that point myself, didn't I? That the vast majority of Christians down through history have not believed in God on the basis of philosophical arguments or historical evidence for the Gospels, which wasn't even accessible for most of them, but rather they had an interior way of knowing God through the witness of God's own Holy Spirit to their hearts. The Bible says that God hasn't left us to our own devices to figure out whether he exists based on our own cleverness and ingenuity. Rather, he convicts every person and draws every person to himself in repentance and faith and to salvation. And those who will respond to this drawing of God's Spirit on their hearts with an open mind and an open heart, I think can know that God exists. You can know that truth wholly apart from arguments and evidence.
All right. Before we hear the responses here, what do y'all think about this? Also, we got DKB in the back. What's going on, man?
Good morning. Good morning. How's everybody?
Doing well.
Top of the morning to you.
Good to see you, man.
Again, nice to be back, Takis.
We'll have an open panel for a little bit. We got a bunch of people up here, so we'll probably stick around a little bit after this is over. This is almost over, though. But what do y'all think about this?
Yeah, if Craig is right here, then no doctrine matters at all. If someone has a burning in their bosom, if they're a Mormon, or if they're Jehovah's Witness, or if they're Muslim, they're going to be saved. It's the burning in the bosom that Craig is saying is what saves you. And if that's the case, then these doctrinal disputes are a complete waste of time. And I'm probably saved if I'm an atheist on that view. So the whole argument is a waste of time.
Well, you've been confronted with the gospel, so you've had an opportunity to reject
the right
it.
one. You guys can't
No, I've been confronted with the gospel, Bill, and I've read Romans where it says through Christ all will be saved. So yeah, I've been confronted with it, and if it's correct, I'm going to be saved. But I think it's wrong. I don't think I'm going to be saved. I think when I'm dead, I'll be dead.
Any other comments on this before we go back into this?
I'm just curious about like why the universalist position isn't the default position. Like even Randall Rouser now is coming out as a Baptist and saying he's a universalist.
Randall Rouser doesn't know what the heck's going on half the time, dude.
I agree he's confused. I don't think that he's correct about that. But if he has a good case to make from Scripture, which I think he does, then people have no reason to ever convert to Christianity. It's like a waste of your time.
Well, let's all pray that Randall Rouser is right.
I think William Lane Craig was talking about, I guess there's a doctrine of general revelation where people not confronted with the gospel still have an avenue for salvation.
Yeah, but that's like completely bizarre that people who are confronted with the gospel and who don't have evidence to believe it when confronted with it are treated differently than people who are never confronted with it.
It is interesting to think about. I don't have any further comments on it right now.
Like if the God of the universe wanted people to convert, he should give good arguments to the people who are trying to convert them.
Well, it's called faith for a reason too. It's at some point, I think it's on purpose that God doesn't, come from the clouds and dictate directly to us. Also, because even if he did do that, there's plenty of people who still wouldn't believe.
It's like the Seitan Bruggencate position, isn't it? Where like a lot of people will ask the question, well, hang on a minute. You've got different cultures around the world who, large numbers of people who, especially, pre the modern era with telecommunications and stuff, who had never even heard of the concept of, for example, a Christian God. And you had a lot of Christians stomping around the place going, well, only Christians are going to get saved in their various forms and are going to go to heaven, etc. And then the way Seitan Bruggencate gets around that problem is by stating that, every human ever born has sufficient knowledge of God written on their quote unquote heart to either condemn or save them. They just have to accept it or deny it, but what does it mean to have it written on your heart? That's not knowledge, that's not.
Well, yeah, that would be like instilling us with,
Yeah.
like a conscious or conscience or whatever.
Yeah, but believe it or not, I was not born with any kind of intuitive knowledge about, any kind of God, and certainly, and definitely not any kind of dogma.
Do you think that the conscience is related to this?
What, as in conscience with respect to right and wrong, or consciousness?
Yeah, the right with our way of what's right or wrong. I don't know. I don't know if it's related. We can keep playing.
Well, I think eventually, like if you get enough people together in a social group, which you have to be in order for the humans to exist. We're not. Humans are social creatures. I think if you get enough people together, then this sense of conscience, i.e., right and wrong, reciprocity, that does kind of get, to one degree or another, I think it's necessary for collaboration.
How much is left on that video, Tacos? I want to get through it before I get bounced.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, like a minute. 2 minutes.
Can't hear without the microphone. I apologize. And just because we are short.
But the point is about the arbitrariness of the suffering. It's not just the existence of suffering. It's not just the fact that suffering exists somewhere. If every single person experienced some net level of suffering, then fine. Maybe there's some sort of universal reason for that. It's the seeming arbitrariness of it. It's the fact that depending on where you're born, depending on what species you're born as, your life will be vastly different. I think that's the point. It's not about the existence of suffering per se.
Now, I can relieve you of that worry, Alex, because that's not an argument for atheism. That's an argument for universalism. And that's a quite different question. This is a question about the accessibility of salvation. And here there's a wide range of views from universalism to narrow particularism and inclusivism along the way. And this is an in-house
just where people will have trains, ways of getting home. I do have to jump to the next
I agree.
question, just because it might change someone's entire evening and weekend plans. So,
what's going on? Would you like to say something?
People got flights to catch. He was saying, people gotta get out of here. That's funny.
Even if it runs over, they can just get up and leave if they've got something to get to. No, I mean, it's just a bonus bit at the end. They don't have to stay for it.
That is true.
They already have been. Like, you can watch a lot of people getting up and leaving during the videoing.
All right, let's go.
Please, can we have the B? You had a final question.
You are free to leave, ladies and gentlemen. No one is holding you captive, as far as I know.
I don't know how they get out apart from through these doors. So, your final question up there. Let's see what it is.
Thank you both for this very spirited discussion. I'm aware that I have the coveted last question spot, and I am arguing from or observing this conversation from an intuition informed by theories of relativity. And so I couldn't help but notice inconsistencies and distinctions between both of your points of reference in the discussion on the theories of time. And so, Alex, you tend to argue from this God's eye perspective or bird's eye perspective, and that contrast, or does that lead to different metaphysical implications than arguing from the human perspective? And could it just be that the core of this issue is whether relation precedes relata, and if it is down to this point of observation that we have to agree on to shape future conversations?
Worst last question ever.
I wasn't too impressed with that one.
Very performative and not even really a question.
It's like, what are you even talking about, ladies? I like the Missing Mod show.
Got him.
Oh yeah, that was like a Geovert TV statement.
All right, let's take predictions from the panelists. What do you guys all think his response is going to be?
I would say he's going to say, I have no idea what you're talking about. I hope that's what he says.
Yeah, I think he's going to say, can you please say that in another way?
I sort of also agree with this this idea that relation precedes relata, but that's a little bit sort of complicated. On the point about,
I guess he's way smarter than all of us combined.
God's eye, bird's eye. holy dove's eye, if you like, versus mine, of course this makes a difference. Because if there were no God, and there were only the present, and the only thing which existed was the present moment, then we might be able to say that, you know, in theory at least, somebody who had lived forever could have perfect knowledge of the past, but they wouldn't have perfect knowledge of the future, which would give us some epistemological difference between these two, and maybe even a metaphysical one, if there were in fact no God's eye perspective. But as long as there is one, as long as that perspective does exist, which of course you have to believe as a theist, then it seems to me that provides a metaphysical reason for thinking that these are at least comparable, at least in the case of the impossibility of it being actually infinite. I think it makes a huge, huge difference. And so if we were only relegated to our own sort of human's eye view, that would totally change matters. I don't mean epistemologically, I mean metaphysically. If that were the only view that existed, then that would make a huge difference, yeah.
What are y'all's thoughts on that?
I think he's been generous with the interpretation of the question, but I guess that does kind of make sense.
No comment.
He brought up the actual infinite past. I don't think she brought that up, so
No.
Her question was about that.
I feel like he just tried to interpret her question the best he could.
Yeah, that's what I mean. He's been very generous with the interpretation of the question.
Let's see.
Thank you all for your wonderful questions.
They didn't give her a chance to respond. She didn't get to do a combat like the other guy, verbal combat like the other guy, you know? The other guy was going back and forth for a while there. She got the shepherd. She ran out of time.
They pulled her off stage, out of the audience with the shepherd hook.
The rug pull man, or
well,
the cane pull man.
Sometimes that's good when you get a good questioner, like an informed person in the audience who asks like an insightful question, and the moderators do let them have a go back and forth a bit. The thing that annoys me is when the moderator isn't particularly on top of it, and you just end up with the back and forth, which just turns to porridge. Yeah, no, just move on, man. They ask another question. This is tell us anything now.
Right, let's finish this up.
I have a question about that.
Can we finish this up real fast, and then we'll go do everything?
Yeah.
I'm really sorry that
it would mean that there's no non-relative point.
This is
no non-relative point from which to
trying to rein in Alex.
Time, the length of distances and time. There'd be no objective point at which to even measure them from.
I was thinking I'm going to really miss hosting tonight. I thought I had a bit of FOMO. I was thinking I wish I'd threw myself in there, but no, I did really enjoy the discussion. So thank you both so much for a spirited discussion.
Thank you.
Please join me in thanking everybody, especially Bill.
Bam.
All right, that's it, everybody. That's it, everybody. All right. So before we do anything, if you haven't voted yet, there should be a poll up. I think you have to refresh if it's not up, so you might have to refresh. But let me see.
I can't do a pull up, man.
Right.
Yeah, I think if you refresh, it will put the poll up on the bottom. But it is, did William Lane Craig prove God? I've done a poll every day. Every day it's been no, and it's been like 60 to 70% no, and like 40 to or 30 something to 30% yes. Right now it's 25% yes, 75% no. So that's kind of where we're at on the poll. I guess I'll just poll it now because it's been sitting up the whole show. But it did land in favor of William Lane Craig did not prove God by a significant margin every single day. So just so anybody who goes back and watches this trio of videos can know, the audience in general, which is a split audience, was not that impressed with the argumentation provided by William Lane Craig. Any sudden it turns into like an educational diatribe for 3 minutes, you know?
The one thing that didn't get discussed much of Craig's original 6 was the unusual effectiveness of mathematics, which I've always found just an absolutely bizarre argument for God. I don't know, Zill, do you think that's a good argument?
I haven't heard that one yet. Is it much more complicated than what I can guess it is?
I believe it's basically a quasi-Pythagorean Platonist argument where, like, the fact that mathematics corresponds to the real world is somehow evidence that mathematics is a mentally designed system rather than simply a shorthand for understanding the actual relationships of quantity in the world.
Oh, like he's saying God invented it and we discovered God's invention?
Yeah.
So anyway, I just don't think how like numbers work just has any bearing on the existence or lack thereof of the Christian God at all.
That's it. No, it's not, because it's a human tool that we generated in order to assist our understanding of the universe. So of course, maths aligns with the universe. It'd be like picking up a posi screwdriver and going, "Hey, this is a human invented tool. Oh, I'm amazed that it fits into this like screw head perfectly." Yeah, because it's designed to do that.
Well, isn't that a classic question? Like, was calculus discovered or invented? Isn't that like a classic question?
No. So just let me just get to my point, because I don't think it's the direction that most people are saying. So I think the vast majority of mathematical ideas, the vast majority of mathematical problems, and the vast majority of mathematical solutions that most people have come up with have been wrong. Like, think about all the weird early internet math theories and gematria and like astrological calculations and all that stuff. That stuff uses math, and it's like complete, utter nonsense. So I just think that math isn't particularly unusually effective. It's about as effective as anything else humans do. Certainly nobody like points to a fifth grader's math homework and says, "This is proof of God." What they're doing is they're taking some really genius mathematician who's done an incredible amount of work, and then his work happens to correspond with some real physical phenomenon that he worked out the math of before it actually was known. And then they ignore the thousands of people who've come up with bizarre mathematical theories about things that just have no bearing on the real world at all and are useless. And so they count the hits, ignore the misses, and it's all Texas sharpshooter fallacy.
Yeah, so I mean that is the case, but in a lot of circumstances. But that's like it's like any tool. You know, if you try and bang in a nail with a spanner, you know, it's not going to be as effective. It's not going to be as useful as using the correct tool, i.e., a hammer or a nail gun or something. But that doesn't mean that it isn't one of the most effective tools that we have when applied correctly. I mean, would you agree with that? I mean, if there was if we did have some ability to demonstrate the existence of God, would mathematics play a part in it? Probably, but because mathematics plays a part in pretty much everything that we've demonstrated to be true, to a greater or lesser degree, right?
I mean, I would say there's probably a mathematical component, but there's going to be a unit after those numbers. They're not going to be unitless numbers.
Oh God, yeah, absolutely, yeah, completely agree.
Right, so it's going to be using the adjectival functions of math, not its like abstractions.
Yeah, no, I would agree with that as well. But again,
the
like
application of it, you mean?
Basically, yeah, Zil. It's you know, like if like the example that Kurt gave with gematria, you know, just looking for using maths to try and find like a confirmation bias within a text, or like numerology as well, which I only found out recently. Numerology is actually slightly different to gematria, which I didn't know. But you know, if you want to
appreciate that, Hizzle. Sorry, I was reading chat. Guys, I'm fading fast, gentlemen.
All right, well, you have a good evening then, man. Darth, did you have any comments on the debate over the last 3 days we've been reviewing?
Yeah, have a great night, guys.
Or tonight specifically, ideally.
Catch you later,
Later, Zil.
Later, Zil.
Well,
Good one, Zil.
It's mostly over the last 3 days. Like, the thing is, like, William Lane Craig thinks like just granting God like more powers. He thinks he's making a more powerful case for God's existence by granting God like these absurd, ridiculous, illogical powers, and that's not convincing. The problem with Craig, he doesn't set up a goal. Like the first question, because I know he called this like a conversation, not a debate, but he's treating it like a debate, right? So his first question there should be, well, what is going to provide evidence for the existence of God? So you can't just hop into just start shooting off like like a cowboy, start shooting off arguments. You need to set up a target, because if you don't set up a target, the opposition just goalpost shift that target, whatever it is, because they haven't agreed upon a target. I think that's that's just a basic observation. Craig,
Are you trying to claim that Alex O'Connor was shifting the goalposts?
No, I think I'm claiming that, like, since Alex O'Connor and Craig haven't agreed upon what a standard of what would provide evidence, it becomes a nebulous debate.
I'm trying to think of their disputes about epistemology, and I don't think they actually had too many differences on like how we know things, did they?
Well, that's the thing, right? For example, when they bring up the problem of suffering, they both agree, like, the problem of suffering doesn't discredit
So
or
specifically
credit
in
of God.
epistemology, they both said that they follow the same theory of knowledge.
No, I don't think they agree upon the theory of knowledge.
They literally said they both were. What's the one? Coherentists. They were both. Oh no, is that? What's the one where it conforms with reality?
Yeah. I know what you're thinking of. I also forgotten.
Let me.
Concordance. I can't pronounce it.
Yeah, I just don't remember them really arguing much about how they knew either thing.
Correspondence theory of truth. Sorry, I was blanking there. It's correspondence. They both said they were correspondence theory of truth in the discussion. So they both share similar epistemology, you would think. I don't think in reality they do, but they both say they want to.
Yes, but like things correspond to reality, but these people are living in two separate realities. So one is living in the reality where Jesus is God. The other one isn't living in that reality.
Well, that's a good and a bad point, right? So they're both living in the same reality, but one thinks they're living in a different reality.
Well, only one can be right. So both are going to be presupposing their own realities.
But they're both living in the same reality, so they're not one of them is not presupposed. One of them is correct and correct for a good reason.
Yeah, one of them is the ontological universe that they live in is still, it's the same for both of them. It's like the reality doesn't diverge, but the conclusions that they've drawn based on how they've applied their epistemology is different. One of them is right and one of them is wrong.
Well, that's the thing. They don't agree that they live in the same reality. Yes, they live in the actual reality we are now, but they don't agree upon what reality that is.
Yeah, no, not agreeing on what reality actually is different than where they actually live. You know, that's
I mean, it's certainly correct that like a theory of time is a very, very different view of the universe than someone who holds to B theory and general relativity. That's true. And it's very strange that someone would accept the age of the universe, which is based on relativity calculations, and yet not accept relativity.
Yeah, it is bizarre, right? Yeah. But you know, I've never held much truck with Craig. Craig always seems to get put on this like unbelievably high pedestal.
Yes, he does.
And I don't get it. I've never got it.
I think it's just like he's got like maybe like some sort of I want to say aura. He kind of looks the part of being like a philosopher, but he has no actual substance. I mean,
well, no, he's an actual philosopher that's very educated, but
I'm not saying he's bad, but
I wouldn't. I'm not accuse him of anything, but it wouldn't surprise me if there was some motivated reasoning there based on some of the responses to questions and some of the statements he made during that discussion. It did seem like he was missing some logical leaps, and usually when logical leaps are missing, there's some motivated reasoning. Specifically, he went from his 6 arguments arguing for a deistic God to the Christian God in his introduction when he was talking about the resurrection and other biblical claims that he said were true and could only be true under the Christian God, right? And so there was like a big bridge missing there from the deistic creation of the universe to the Christian God. That's a massive bridge that he never built.
Yeah, because I wonder if he's just saying like the resurrection of Jesus could only possibly done by Jesus resurrecting, which is clearly just circular.
Yeah, Darth, can I ask you this, because you're a theist, so you're going to have less of like an obvious bias. But from my point of view, and as a former theist, like I just cannot see how there's a necessary connection between whether or not Jesus was resurrected if we accept that every word of the Gospels is true and that therefore the Christian doctrine of God is correct. Because I can't see the necessary connection at all.
I don't either, but I'm guessing it's all just kind of like baked in precept. Like Jesus is in the, because I think he's just saying the actions that were done by Jesus require Jesus, but like that's kind of obvious. But you can't say that the formation of the this tree requires. You can do a logical deduction from this rock or this tree. Therefore, we must require Jesus. So he's not doing that.
Yeah, and I mean, let's grant that Jesus went into the tomb and he was fully dead, and then he was not dead and he was out of the tomb somehow, which, by the way, nobody ever watches him walk out anywhere in the New Testament.
Yeah.
Like, there's not a single person who actually sees the event. But let's grant all that. Let's grant that he is magically resurrected and he's magically reappeared and all the events that they described took place. Where does that get you to the Christian God? Because, like, are you familiar with Manichaeans or Marcionites?
Yeah. Well, actually, not the
Well,
Marcionites.
they believed all of that. They believed all the stories, and yet they didn't believe in the Christian God, even believing the whole gospel.
Yeah, because like even back then, because like magic was kind of like normal. The rabbis like, oh, he's just doing magic, so they wouldn't conclude from like just like simple miracles that he must be God. They thought, what, that's just kind of magic. Even the Egyptians, oh, he can conjure up a snake. Well, that's typical.
And Christians in the 2nd century thought that, like, Peregrinus Proteus was God. So obviously they didn't have like this idea that's more common later on, that like there's only one man who can ever be a manifestation of God. They thought that there were Christian manifestations of God after Jesus.
Yeah, because like Craig isn't really setting up like what are the necessaries here. He's just saying Jesus did some miracles, which Jesus did, therefore God. It's like, that's not convincing at all.
Right. And like whether or not, so like if we grant Craig's first 6 arguments and then we want to get to the Christian God, he's done no work by establishing that Jesus was resurrected, right?
No, because like other people resurrect, God can like give people the power to do miracles, not just Jesus.
Like there's in Acts, there's people getting resurrected, and like they're not God. So people are getting resurrected before Jesus resurrects. People are getting resurrected at the time Jesus resurrects, and people are getting resurrected after Jesus resurrects. So there's nothing particularly special about it.
But it wouldn't make Jesus God. So like, of course, miracles are good. Like let's say like just miracles on their own, right? That is going to presuppose a God. But to draw the conclusions that Jesus is God based on those miracles, that he's leaping the gap there.
I don't think that resurrection proves a God. I think it just proves the existence of miracles.
Well, that's the thing.
It could have any number of potential causes.
This is the thing, right? What is causing the miracle?
I don't think there were any miracles personally, but let's assume that there are.
Neither does,
you have to explain why the existence of a miracle proves that there's a Christian God only and no other explanation works. I don't think you can do that.
Yeah, I don't think you could do that. I don't think you get like from a miracle, because a miracle can get you to a God, but that's not going to get you to like Jesus is God.
I don't see how a miracle can even get you to a God unless all you mean by a God is some supernatural event, because it doesn't have to be a minded being to get a resurrection. It could just be a natural, or like not like let's say a supernatural rule that if you like enact the correct sequence, then it actually makes things that are dead come back to life without some sort of person being behind it. That could be the case as well, right?
Well, that's like saying you put in the universal cheat code that like makes you respawn. Gives you an extra life.
I mean, there are many possible candidate explanations. Even accepting the entire narrative as true, I just don't see how. Like, it seems like they think that once they convince you the Bible has one true thing in it, then you just buy the whole thing, and I don't see how that follows.
I can't even.
Well, that's the thing, right? In my worldview, right, miracles can happen, but like when I say miracles, that to me that's just saying like a disembodied being is behind these quote unquote miracles. So,
do you think there's any possible way where do you think it could be just the way things work, and that there's things beyond the natural that like at the moment people don't understand, that are not natural, they're not physical, but they can be accessed with certain sequences, and they're not a personal agent with a mind, and that could still raise someone from the dead? Because I don't see why that's ruled out.
Well, no, saying like you could do the Macarena dance and then that's gonna resurrect your dead dog, to me that's like actual magic. Because when we say magic, we're just saying the actions of a supernatural being. But when that type of magic that you're suggesting is like there is no actual correlation or anything logical that is causing, that quote unquote miracle. You do the Macarena dance. There's no logical connection between the resurrection of your dog and the Macarena dance.
But we're talking about miracles. So what I'm saying is, like, there's no demonstration from the existence of a miracle. Then that miracle has to come from an agent with a mind, right?
Well, can I ask DT? Can I ask just a quick question? When you say like you think miracles are possible, is it the case that you think that like the deity in this case is performing a miracle and he's using physical laws, but just has a better ability to manipulate them to achieve a respective goal, or is it the case that it is just there's no physical principle at play? It's just snaps fingers and it happens.
No, I think that there's a process for the power, so you can't just like snap your fingers and like undo logic. So there's a process.
Right. The reason I asked the question is because, like, Jesus was, lying on that cold slab.
Sure, but not. But
yeah,
here's the thing for me. Let's accept that the gospel stories are true. I don't think they get you to Christianity. Now let's look at the real picture. I'm reading an amazing book by Richard C. Miller called Resurrection and Reception in Early Christianity. And essentially all the characteristics of the Gospel of Mark are present in many, many, many stories going back to Romulus of how a divine figure in Greco-Roman culture would be demonstrated to have been divine after they're gone. And you would just write up a story like this, and it was a completely bog standard way, just like today. Like if you wanted to tell a story about a character who you thought was really cool, you might have their story start with an accident in a lab that exposed them to a radioactive animal venom or something like that. There's just like tropes that you would do to trigger certain like associations in people's minds. And those are the tropes that are used in the Gospels.
Yeah, I mean,
that always made me laugh. Like the notion that you could be blasted with huge amounts of ionizing radiation. It's literally ripping electrons off atoms that comprise your body, and it's going to add function somehow.
I mean, that's basically the origin of Achilles, right? He gets dunked in like the radioactive lake, except for his his ankle.
Yeah, right. Achilles got dropped in the river Styx except by his ankle. Correct. And again, Achilles is one of this type of like characters where there's like all this magic around them, and they're divinized. Like again, there probably wasn't any actual person named Achilles or a person named Agamemnon, but these stories have a certain structure, and so like let's grant that there's like a historical core behind it. It doesn't matter. There's a historical core behind Superman. When Harold Lloyd would walk around Hollywood, if he had his glasses off, nobody recognized him. But if he put his glasses on, everybody knew that he was a movie star, and they would mob him. And that's what Siegel and his, I'm forgetting his partner, came up with the idea of Clark Kent and Superman from. But that doesn't mean that Harold Lloyd was Superman, and it doesn't mean that like we can learn anything about Harold Lloyd from reading Superman comics.
True. I don't know. I don't read too many comics. I'm not too much into the Marvel, DC stuff.
I heard somebody once say that they thought that the concept of Superman came from Friedrich Nietzsche in his book Beyond Good and Evil, but obviously he was just talking about the Übermensch. It's a category error, but I always thought it was quite funny.
I mean,
well, it was translated as Man and Superman into English, and it isn't out of the realm of possibility that word caught their eye.
True.
I mean,
yeah.
Do you think like Craig made any at least good arguments here, like anything remotely that? What's the thing? What do you think is the strongest argument?
Yeah, I think all of his arguments are trash. I said that from the beginning.
Okay, which one is the least trash then?
I think they are all trash. Then none of them have moved me even one bit.
Because I think his only good one is like the initial mover, right? The first cause thing.
So argument one is anything at all exists. So something rather than nothing. I just don't think it's ever demonstrated that there like is some logical problem with something existing versus nothing existing. It just doesn't move me at all. Argument two, the universe began to exist. I don't think that's demonstrated. I don't think it's demonstrated that the universe needs a cause. I don't think it's demonstrated that there are causes. We already talked about math works. I think this is a terrible argument. It's just a misunderstanding of the case of the facts. Fine tuning. I don't know if you were on when we were talking about that, but it's such a horrible argument. And I was thinking about like the evil God hypothesis. On fine tuning, it doesn't discriminate between an evil God and a good God anyway. So it doesn't move you a bit closer to Christianity, even if fine tuning were true, which I think fine tuning is like ridiculous. And then moral realism certainly can't prove the existence of God, since the vast majority of philosophical moral realists are atheists. And then the ontological argument is
justifiably so.
It's the ontological argument is a terrible argument because it has a reverse parity that's even stronger than it is, right? And then we already just talked about Jesus. So no, all of his arguments are trash.
Yeah, I mean, I think the one that, like, as much as none of his arguments convince me, I think the one that jives with people's intuitions is probably the Kalam, or his bastardized, sorry, his messed up version of the Kalam.
Yeah.
The reason being is sorry.
That's his second argument. The universe began to exist.
Yeah, but he adds a load of premises to it. I can't remember what they are, but and the universe began to exist, and then he modifies the argument slightly or adds additional premises to it to front load it with like a consciousness, like intent, which you need to deal with the initial problems with the Kalam first, which I agree with you, Kurt. Like the notion that the universe began to exist is a problem. Also,
See, I think that's the stronger because, like, unless I think you guys are like Big Bang deniers, maybe. So that's probably why.
Wait a minute, Darth, hang on for a second. So, are you suggesting that you think that both DKB and Kurt would deny the Big Bang?
That's what I'm assuming from what I'm hearing. Yeah.
Can I hear the reasoning behind that? I would love to hear why you think that, if you don't mind. I'm sincerely curious.
Because from what I heard, they don't think like the universe had beginning.
But the Big Bang isn't a beginning of the universe. The Big Bang is just the point at which that we are able to interrogate it up to. This high energy, this black body spectrum, this high energy state that existed, we have no ability to see beyond that. It doesn't seem as though it will ever be possible for us to see beyond that. So the best we can say is we don't know.
Yeah.
We're not making the claim that is the beginning of the universe, though.
It's an origin point. It's an origin point of investigation, Darth. So do you understand that if a creature were traveling north, they would reach a point at which they could no longer go north, and every direction they would go would be south, correct?
In a globe, yeah, sure.
Okay, so that's the concept of an origin. You've reached a point beyond which you can't go in that direction.
The problem with this analogy is
that direction doesn't mean that's all there is, right?
No, the problem with this analogy is that the universe isn't circular. I get that you think that.
But
no,
did I say that the universe was circular? Because I did not say that. I said it's.
Well, no, in your example, the lizard going around in a circle.
Idea of an origin point, right? In Cartesian coordinates, 0, 0 is an origin. You can go any direction as far as you want to go, but the origin is 0, 0. And when you get to that point, you're going to be going up or increasing in quantity. If you're going in the negative direction, the quantities will go up in either way from the origin point on the Cartesian coordinates. That's how it works.
There's a point where there's a point where there's a universe, and there's a point where there's no universe.
No. That's equivocating, in my opinion, on what universe means, right? The universe.
We're not talking about like the universe traveling from point A to point B.
Everything that there's ever been, right?
No, clearly at one point there was no universe.
No, yeah, but saying firstly, clearly is a filler word. It doesn't actually mean anything. The point is that the energy state that existed at the time, as best as we can tell, was such an unbelievably high energy state. It was something called a black body spectrum, that it didn't even allow photons to escape. If it doesn't allow photons to escape, how the hell are we supposed to inspect it, interrogate it with the tools that we have? We can't. It doesn't mean that nothing exists. Like nobody would say that nothing existed at the heart of a black hole, but we still can't interrogate it.
No, that's impossible, dude. What you're saying is like the universe before the state it is, which is in expansion right now, was a condensed state of some sort of hot energy and matter.
No, there's no matter. It was too high energy for matter to exist.
Okay, so it's just a condensed state of energy.
Energy, yeah.
If you hold to the law of conservation of energy, then almost by definition, whatever state preceded the moment of the inflation was a state. We just can't investigate it.
No, that's just within the system. But you're assuming that the system has always been there.
No, I'm not assuming anything. That's the point. I don't think it's demonstrated that the universe had a cause or a beginning. I think
you're saying like
conservation of energy, it can't have had a beginning, and it probably didn't have a cause.
Yeah. So the conservation of energy is. Hang on, just quick. Let's. The conservation of energy is a testable law of physics, right?
Yeah, but that applies within the system.
Yeah, but the point is the conservation of energy is a testable law of physics. Now, in order for something to begin to exist, i.e. the universe to have began to exist in this case, i.e. the thing that contains all of the energy, then that would break the law of the conservation of energy. Now, is it potentially possible? I will grant you, yes, but we can't make a knowledge claim about it. So because we can't make a knowledge claim that it was created to exist, we also can't necessarily make a knowledge claim about it always existing. So with respect to premise, i.e. the universe began to exist, the best we can say is that we don't know. That's the point.
Look,
that's why the premise is faulty.
Here, let's say the prior to the universe, all the universe was a condensed state of energy. Would it then be your position that this condensed state of energy has always been?
Personally, I think the energy that exists within the universe has always existed. It just changes from state to state to state.
So you think the state of energy was there until one point it just kind of decided to expand, even though it would have to expand from like the very quote unquote its very beginnings.
We don't know. It's very clear that we don't know. We have a block to our ability to do further investigation.
Yeah.
But if we accept conservation of energy, then we can conclude that there's no principled, logical reason to say that that's either a caused event or anything other than an origin point. It's not going to be the onset of all energy, because energy is conserved.
I mean, an origin point, that's a fancy way to say the beginning.
Oh, no. Okay. Do you know the difference between a line and an array?
A line would just be a
line has no origin. It's just a line that you draw that goes on infinitely in either direction, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Array has a beginning. Okay. And then when you make two lines and you set a Cartesian coordinates, the intersection of those two lines is now an origin, right?
For the lines, yeah. For the ray, it would be at the beginning.
When you set the Cartesian coordinates, the 0, 0, the point at which the lines intersect, is the origin. But that doesn't mean that that's like the only thing there is. And in fact, again, if you're going in a direction where all of a sudden you can't go negative and you hit the origin point, it's going to look like there's nothing beyond the origin point. But that's because you can't go negative. But the line continues on in the negative direction infinitely, right?
Mathematically, yes.
So there's no principled or logical reason why the origin point we're seeing that we can't see past doesn't work that way.
Because this thing, you're assuming that the condensed state, which again,
I'm assuming nothing. I assume nothing. I think our knowledge of this area is very limited. The pessimistic induction will say that over the next 100 years, we'll learn a lot of things that may bear on this. I don't know. What I'm saying is a principled, logical response should be there's no reason this can't just be a simple mathematical origin where we just can't go negative and so we can't see.
No, the logical the logical problem is because it violates a pressure mediation to say that you can have energy or even matter just condense and there not be some sort of pressure that would just tear it apart from the very beginning.
Wait, what pressure? Pressure? What are we talking about? Pressure? Pressure of what? Pressure on what? Pressure from what?
Okay, because what heat does is create expansion. So, if there's
a heat of a gas in baryonic matter at low temperatures, because that's absolutely unlike what's going on at the beginning of the inflation event.
Well, the thing, energy is just it is.
I do want to point out real fast that this is an important point related to the discussion that was had between Alex O'Connor and William Lane Craig, because a large portion of their discussion a couple days ago was actually, and yesterday and 2 days ago, was deeply involved in both positive and negative time and everything around that.
Well, it's about the Kalam. Right. So
yeah,
Craig,
the reason we've obviously drilled down onto this is because Craig kind of, for his argument to make sense, he needs the universe to have began to exist. And if we can't demonstrate that it began to exist, then his argument is garbage.
What I think is kind of because you guys are proposing it didn't have a beginning. There was this hot state.
No, Darth, to be clear, we're saying that we don't know. We don't have the ability to interrogate it. William Lane Craig is making the claim that it began to exist. So Craig is making the claim that
we know there's a hot dense state. At the point that we can look to, we can see enough that we can calculate to the moment of the expansion. We have the ability to actually investigate that. And then we get a hard stop of things we can currently investigate. That hard stop looks like a hard stop right now, but there have been times in scientific history where we thought that, and then somebody found a way around it. That may happen in the future. I am simply saying there's no principled or logical reason that hard stop then determines that was a beginning or a singularity.
Yeah,
there's no logical reason to think it doesn't.
Yeah, but hang on. So just as an example, like a historical example, Darth, we used to think that there was nothing beyond like molecules. We used to think molecules made up everything. And then we discovered that atoms exist. And then we used to think that atoms were the most fundamental building blocks of our universe. And then we discovered that atoms were made up of component parts. And then we discovered that the component parts of atoms are made up of things of muons, gluons, quarks, stuff like that. And we might discover that there's something beyond that. You know, we've obviously got the quantum field theory. You know, the point is that every time we come across a boundary that we don't think we have the ability to see beyond, a lot of people make the assumption that that's the lowest possible common denominator, and then we find something below that or beyond that. Like,
yeah, but it's not going to go on forever. Ultimately, it needs to stop somewhere, right? There's not going to be an infinite.
There's no principled reason why that should be the case.
No.
Let me finish real quick. There's not going to be an infinite regress of causality.
There's no principled reason there can't be an infinite regress.
Of course it can't.
No.
Because of your aesthetic dislike of that, maybe, but that's not a principled reason.
No, it's not. It's not because I dislike it. It's because you couldn't have, for example.
No,
do you understand the problem of infinite regress? So I can explain to the audience.
No, I do understand the problem of infinite regress, but people don't understand that infinites can be.
Okay. Hang on 1 second. If y'all are going to discuss this, I think it would be valuable to narrate that just for educational value. If one of y'all would like to handle that.
Yeah, no, well, you just quickly give us the infinite regress problem.
Basically, it's saying since the current moment requires to wait on the causality that came before it, ultimately you can't get to the current moment because that moment can never come because it needs to wait on the past cause to cause that cause. And again, this goes on forever. So you can pick any moment. You can pick any moment within that causal line, and you'll never get to that cause because it has to wait for the causes of the prior events to get to that cause. But again, that cause can never come because it's infinite.
Yeah, so there's two ways of dealing with this problem. Firstly, it depends on what your theory of time is. There are multiple different theories of time, some of which and almost none of which this problem is an issue, although it does seem to be more of an issue with some. But let's just stick with the concept of just counting quickly. So if we start at 0, right, you can count infinite. Hang on. You can count infinitely into the positive and into the negative, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, if it is the case that you can count infinitely from the positive and into the negative, right? And let's say, for argument's sake, the Big Bang is 0, right? Because that's the point at which we can start interrogating the universe in which we live. There's nothing. Hang on, but Darth, hang on, super quick. Let me finish my criticism. So there is even though you can count infinitely into the positive and infinitely into the negative, there's nothing to stop you from going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I'm getting from moment to moment to moment to moment. Now, the problem with this is that people think that time is broken up into like little parcels, and it doesn't. We don't think it works like that. But that if it's the case that I can give you an example of an infinite where we can count 1, 2, 3, 4, what's the problem? Like, and the other thing with infinites as well, people don't realize that some infinites can be larger than others. So, for example, with respect to counting again, like it is the case that there is an infinite number of prime numbers, and there is an infinite number of numbers, both prime and non-prime. So let's say you've got the primary set of all numbers, and then within that set of all numbers, you've got a subset which is prime numbers. It is the case that there are less prime numbers than there are numbers, but both are infinites. They both go on forever. Yes. So the prime number set is smaller than the primary set of all numbers, right?
What's the thing? They wouldn't actually even be more or less because it's infinite.
Well, more or less. But it is theoretically. It is the case that because you've got set A and set B. Set B is the primary numbers and set A is all numbers. Set B has exclusionary criteria for set A, but they're both infinite.
Yes, they're infinite. Here's the thing: you can pick any number, whether it be 1 or -3, and then I tell you like, well, count backwards until you get to the first one. You're not gonna do that. You can't count back from.
But it's not an infinite if you can get to the first one.
That's the thing. You can't get to the first one because it's infinite.
But if it's infinite, the concept of a first one, there's no your idea that there needs to be. If you try and if you're saying that it's infinite but it has a beginning, then it's just incoherent.
Well, that's what I'm telling you.
But if it's infinite, you can still travel along the infinity. There's no reason why not. This is just the problem with this is it's where people start using their intuitions, then of Newtonian mechanics to try and apply.
It's not that you can't travel on whatever direction. It's that doesn't matter which way you travel, you're not going to get to the end.
But there isn't an end in an infinite. The goal is incoherent here. Like
yeah. In the same way you can't get to the end can't get to you, right?
Of course you can, because I'm not the end. Like time still continues out ahead of me.
Look, let's say you start at -3 and until you count backwards. Can you get to the end?
There isn't an end.
Exactly right. So can the end get to you?
Let's say it's an infinite, and I start at -3. Can I count to 1? Can I count to 2? Can I get like -3, -2, -1, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4? I can do that. It's easy.
But I'm telling you to get to the end.
But you can't get
right. Exactly. It's an illogical statement, right?
You cannot get to the end in an infinite.
Exactly. That's what I'm
telling
you.
We're not trying to get to the end of the infinite. We're just trying to get from state A to B to C to D within the infinite.
It's not that you.
Look,
what I'm trying to tell you is that no, wait. Let me finish.
Think about it. Think about it. This: if I built a road around the equator of the planet, just tarmacked it all, and there was houses, all the way around the planet, right? And I'm a mailman and I'm delivering mail. The road is infinite, right?
Around the
There's
planet?
nothing stopping me. The road is infinite. It just goes round and round and round in a circle, right? A circle is an example of an infinite, right?
Not really.
Goes round and round. A circle doesn't have a beginning or an end.
Well, when you start drawing a circle, I guess you do, but you're just saying it's like in a cycle. But being in a cycle doesn't make it infinite.
Yeah, but you've got to engage with the analogy just a little bit. Of course, it has a beginning when you draw the circle, but once the circle is completed, it is infinite. It just goes round and round in circles. I'm not.
But we're not talking about that. We're not talking about cycles.
We might be with the universe. We don't know. That's the point.
I guess not. Well, that's the thing. Even in theism, there's some people who believe it like the universe gets remade. It gets birth, it dies off, and
we've got a set amount of energy that exists within the universe. It always has exists, and that energy just constantly changes from state to state to state to state. That's all it ever does. State, 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 state. That would be analogous to a circle, right? Just goes round and round and round and round.
Yeah, but they wouldn't say this. They wouldn't say the state because it's more in the sense of a hose. So water comes out of the hose, goes into a pool. The pool eventually breaks, and the water spills all over, and so they just refill the pool. So it's not that they're using that water that dispersed to make the pool again.
Does anybody have any other topics they'd like to cover from the debate that we witnessed today?
I didn't catch a lot of it. So. I was watching yesterday, though.
Gotcha. Well, we were getting ready to close down. I have been working for many hours today, and I have a few more hours ahead of me. At least 2, an hour and a half or 2 probably. But so tonight we covered a lot, actually. We covered, I think, about 45 minutes or an hour of the video, something like that. We made really good progress. I was afraid we wouldn't make it all the way through, but we did. So good team effort there, even though we have a different group on the panel now than we did at the start. Good effort, guys. We got through it. Now, that is the end, officially, of our 3-part review of the William Lane Craig and Alex O'Connor debate on the existence of God. I hope you guys and gals all had fun. I had fun reviewing it. I do have a couple debates in my eyes for next week. I think we're going to play a couple debates next week again, and then I like the idea of building up topics over the week from debates that we've been reviewing, and then going in on Friday and discussing everything as a whole. I think that sounds like a lot of fun, and I hope everybody has fun with it, with doing that with me, right? But after going through this material, which was a lot, right? I think it should be pretty obvious, right? That the question, does God exist, is doing a lot more work than it sounds like it is, right? So we because it's just talking about like a deistic God in general. You saw that in the one thing there, right? Like William Lane Craig, he pulled it straight to he skipped steps to get to the Christian God, right? Now he was running an interesting argument. He had a 6-part argument, right? It was I need to pull up the 6 parts again. Let me find them real fast. I don't have them memorized. I apologize. I should have had them memorized. Bear with me for a second, y'all. I'm failing here. I got him here somewhere. Existence, cosmic beginning, applicability of mathematics, fine-tuning morality, and then the modal argument, right? So the ontological argument, right? Or the modal ontological argument specifically, or I think it was a possibility, which is just the modal ontological argument. But anyways, with existence, they had discussed a number of different topics around that, right? I feel like Alex O'Connor definitely landed ahead on that one, although I'm going to be totally transparent. I am an atheist. I'm maybe a little bit biased on that. On the cosmic beginning, I feel like Alex provided good responses to Kalam, although they had a minimal amount of time. They did spend a lot of time on time, though, right? Fine tuning, I don't feel like they touched on much. Although I feel like on that, Alex came out ahead as well. Applicability of mathematics did not really get touched on much. I just don't think they had time for that one. Morality, excuse me, they kind of dipped into. Sorry, y'all. And then the ontological argument, they didn't really touch either, right? So there was a number of arguments presented, but they didn't really go into them too much, right? I don't think that the Kalam, though, establishes that the universe has a cause. Do either of y'all?
Absolutely not.
No.
No.
I don't even like. Neither of the premises track. Everybody goes to the premise 1, like claiming that the universe was caused, and they start beating you over the head with that one. But actually, I think premise 2 is definitely the worst premise, demonstrating that it began to exist. We're blocked from knowing that. Like, we have no way of interrogating that premise.
And even Leo Filius, he has a position that he doesn't even think that like begin to exist, that phrase is even intelligible. Which, hearing his reasons, I mean, it seems pretty plausible.
Well, right. And again, the reason that the argument seems to make sense to a lot of people is because they're interpreting it through this sort of like this intuitive lens
now,
of like this Aristotelian.
Obviously, none of us on the panel, based on these responses, think that it goes through. But let's say that there's somebody in the audience, you listeners, right? So if the Kalam does go through for you, how much more work is going to be required before that cause becomes a personal God, right? Because we saw William Lane Craig go through his 6 arguments, and then there was a bridge missing to that personal God, right? He just went straight to the Bible. But where do you get from the beginning of the universe to the Bible, right? And so I feel like I'd like to hear from somebody, hopefully tomorrow, or if they want to call in real quick, how much more work are you going to have to do to get to a personal God? Because I think that's an interesting area that most people just take a leap of faith on, right?
Well, the issue is, of course, that why if it is the case that you believe that the universe is caused, then and you say, okay, well, I believe that my personal God is the one that caused it, and then you say, okay, well, what caused God? And they go, oh, well, no, he's special. So it's just special pleading. Like, no, he's an uncaused cause. I'm like, well, why couldn't the universe just be an uncaused cause then? Like, why do we? And if you can't demonstrate that a personal God caused the universe, but you believe in uncaused causes, and we have no ability to interrogate from a physics perspective whether the universe actually did or did not have a cause, then why not just apply that to the universe? Like, it's an uncaused cause. Like, what's the...
And with fine-tuning, does that require intention, even if we grant it?
Well, the fine-tuning argument is seems to be a bit nuts. Like, regardless of how unlikely it is,
could that just be the way something is?
Yeah, like it could be that the only way that a universe could exist is with the universal constants that we have right now, and the universal constants that we have right now have the physical attributes of the universe have the ability to lead to self-aware entities that are allowed have the ability to turn around and interrogate the universe in which they live. Let's put it this way: it would be really, really, really shocking if humans existed in a universe where the universal constants of the universe didn't allow for things like atoms and molecules to form. Right? I mean,
is that not just moving that unexplained feature to another unexplained feature, though?
Well, no. What I mean is, like, if we existed in a universe and we were able to interrogate the universal constants of the universe, and it was the case that the universal constants of the universe didn't allow complex like atoms, like elements, atoms, complex molecules to exist, then yeah, we would be hanging a really big question on that. But the fact that we do exist in a universe that allows us to exist means that we live in a universe that allows us to exist. It doesn't necessarily need to be special. You know, it's like who was the I forget who it was, but it's like a puddle. You know, let's say you could have a sentient puddle of water, and the puddle looks at the hole in the ground and go, you know, gee, like this hole in the ground must have been created for me because I fit into it perfectly. That's about as far as you need to go with the fine-tuning argument, you know.
Yeah. And do moral intuition support the existence of objective morality? That was another question that was touched on. I doubt it. Although I do lean towards objective morality.
Well, I mean, in that instance,
I doubt that. I think it's much deeper than that, right?
Yeah, like in that instance, the question there would be, like, what explains people having different intuitions? I mean, like, and not only that, if we're going based off of the intuitional argument, then it's clear, like that even makes it look even more subjective because everyone has different intuitions.
Do you mean moral intuitions or just intuitions?
Yeah, moral intuitions. Yeah.
Well, and I think the theists in the audience, if you were to trust those intuitions, what happens when those intuitions tell you that enormous amounts of apparently unnecessary suffering are difficult to reconcile with your perfect God?
Yeah, it's funny. It's funny because that's exactly what I was arguing with what I was talking about earlier. Yeah, that's exactly what I was arguing was the problem of evil.
That was a large portion of the discussion today, especially the problem of unnecessary animal suffering.
Yeah, like the problem of evil, I think, is one of the best arguments against theism.
Yeah, because even with the respect to the goal of the system that has been instantiated by this God, it seems like there's a huge amount of unnecessary suffering with respect to the professed goal, right?
Well, I mean, if the being has all of the omni properties, all good, all powerful, and all knowing, and evil still exists, there would need to be an explanation from a theist as to why. Because it's clear that God, you know, they would all say that God can instantiate any logical possible world, and any logical impossibility that a theist is going to claim has a very cogent refutation for it. They're all accounted for. And what I was debating with basically delved into skeptical theism, that basically God has morally sufficient reasons for allowing evil to exist, but I don't have access to that. Like, so I don't
That's
really know.
Roughly where William Lane Craig ended up on a couple of issues last night.
Yeah.
And the problem of animal suffering was especially important tonight. That was one of the main topics, which is why I highlighted that, right?
Yeah.
And I think the biggest thing is people are like, it doesn't logically disprove God. Who cares? It doesn't need to logically disprove a God to matter. These people that it's being used against generally are claiming an omnibenevolent God, right? These Christians and other religious groups claim an omnibenevolent God. And so when people present the problem of animal suffering, just because it may not logically disprove a God to them doesn't mean that it doesn't matter. It is very important.
Well,
Especially against Christian theology, I would think.
Yeah, I think it's still like, I think the logical problem of evil is still sound. I still think it's a sound argument. And people all the time
I
talk
don't
about
really care if it's sound or not, right?
Well, I think if it
I'm
is
saying
sound,
just think about this for a second, right? If God made Adam and Eve like the Bible says, evolution is the conjunction of the Garden of Eden and evolution is impossible, because either humans existed 500,000 or 500 million years alongside every evolving species, or they were magically created like 6,500 years ago.
Well, this is the phylogenetic problem that
well, listen. So if there was a 6,500-year-old human population, that would mean that animals were eating each other for 500 million years before the Garden of Eden, and that would falsify some of the claims early on in the Bible, which would seem to, at least in my opinion, probably falsify a good portion of the Bible. And then, on top of that, if Adam and Eve existed in 500 million BC, or whatever crazy number, the conjunction of evolution with that claim would seemingly falsify that claim as well.
I suppose you could make a case of special pleading and just go, no, it doesn't. Animals don't count. It only counts with like the suffering of humans, for example. But that wouldn't jive.
Either which way you look at that, like no matter which way you look at that, it doesn't go good for the theist.
Well, no, because it doesn't jive with the notion of Eden, i.e. none of the plants had thorns on them, no animals ate other animals. So it does seem like God, like the story does seem to have some concern for the suffering.
What I'm saying is, based on the way the story is presented, either humans were created in 6,500 BC or something like that, or 6,500 years ago or something like that, and animals ate each other for millions of years, and that falsifies that claim. Or you have a 500 million year old Garden of Eden, which would also falsify that position, at least based off of the empirical evidence available to us today. I guess it would give us extremely good reason to believe that claim is false. Maybe not exactly falsify.
No, it certainly can't. It's contraindicative. It doesn't.
Well,
it doesn't.
I can see
I guess
why
it would falsify. Yeah, because evolution. It's just you're like 99% certain. So it's like 99.99999% certainty, right? You still have to grant the whatever percent.
Yeah, I can see why people would be more like convinced of things like that rather than just trying to demonstrate that something is logically impossible. Because most people, at least lame people, don't understand how far that undercuts their worldview to show that it's logically impossible. I don't know. Like the only defense most people use against the logical problem of evil is Plantinga's argument about free will, like the soul making properties and free will. And
that was addressed with Kurt. I've actually got a video coming out tomorrow with a section on that, so you might want to watch that. That'll be covering some of that. You can cover a little bit of that here if you want, but
yeah,
it was brought up a little bit in the debate, but it wasn't a big portion of it. I don't think we should spend too much time on it.
Yeah. Do you care if I just extrapolate really quickly?
Yeah, you can touch on it.
All right. Yeah. Yeah. So, like, my point against that would be, it's very clear that there are many instances in which God allows beings to go to heaven without having to experience earth first. Like, they like just basically gives them a streamline to heaven prior to them being born, or whatever. And and so there has to be some sort of reason as to why God would choose those beings don't have to go through the suffering and things that the temptations that you get here, and they don't have to go through that, but we do. And there's a morally sufficient reason for that. But
this has never made sense to me. If God is all knowing,
go ahead and move on to the next topic. But I do want to point out that Alex and Dr. Craig did go back. I think he's a doctor, but they went back and forth a good bit there. And one of the concerns that Alex had with his William Lane Craig's answers was that if every disconfirming observation can be answered with an unknowable divine reason, which was a major problem throughout the discussion, he would either speculate just something that seemed to make sense, or he would refuse to speculate, right?
And so skeptical theism.
Yeah. And so he was basically asking, what evidence could ever count against the hypothesis if this is going to be the situation, right? And I felt that that was a pretty good point. And we kind of pointed out the skeptical theism, I think, yesterday as well. It was kind of a weird poll too, because he'd make a claim that he can't imagine what God would do or know what God would do, and then he would make another claim saying he can know what God would do, but by explicitly describing what God would do.
Yeah, skeptical theism
commits really weird.
It commits you to a view of never knowing God's reasons for doing X, because X could just be God deceiving you about X reason.
Yeah, but it's infuriating, because you end up boxing these people into some kind of dialectic corner, and the response is just, well, I don't know, I don't need to know, but God does.
But then you could just ask, you could just ask them after that, like, okay, well, how do you know God does not have a morally sufficient reason to deceive you that X thing is wrong, X thing is morally wrong?
Well, they'd say, I don't know, right?
I don't know.
But I think this was one of the big tensions in the debate, right? Throughout this conversation, there would be things that he's willing to answer with some type of speculation, and then things that he's willing to not speculate on, right? And then I think there was even an issue. I think he claims B theory, but if I'm not mistaken, he claimed A theory, but claimed general relativity as well. And I believe those are contradictory, so that sounded like that they were talking about that yesterday. I don't know everything about that, but more educated people than myself on that were talking about that, and I think that's quite interesting, right? But that brings me to a question, right? So when you're looking at worldviews, right, how much explanatory flexibility should a worldview be allowed before that flexibility starts reducing its explanatory power?
Flexibility is a bit of a difficult word there. It's a bit open-ended. Like, how much flexibility should it have? It depends. If you're so my worldview tends to be, like, with respect to morality, I'm an emotivist, and kind of intersected with virtue ethics. With respect to understanding the physics of the world, I'm a methodological naturalist. So should we be entitled to a little bit of flexibility when we're it depends. Like, if you have a high degree of confidence in a conclusion, with respect to flexibility of a worldview, I think it depends on how confident you are. Like, if it's just something where you're asking like really loose hypothetical questions, and you're going to go, well, I might investigate that a little bit. Then I think actually a little bit of flexibility is certainly reasonable, because if you don't apply at least a little bit of flexibility, then you're kind of stuck on your rails. You don't get to explore or find anything new. So I think a little bit of flexibility,
but that's not where this conversation went, right? So when William Lane Craig was debating Alex O'Connor, that flexibility landed in skeptical theism, right? And from my understanding, there's a lot of problems with skeptical theism, right? And there's a phrase that I like to use. I forgot it though at this point in time. I'm rusty. I'm sorry. I had it at the tip of my tongue. I had it at the tip of my tongue.
No judgment.
Yeah. Now, my opinions on explanatory flexibility is that that's going to depend on the topic, right? If you're explaining something like the fundamental nature of reality, I think the flexibility should be limited, right? I think it should be limited to speculation, at least I have much higher epistemological standards. I'd say I want some type of evidence that you can speculate from, some type of empirical evidence. Like I speculate from the data we have, whereas I feel like theist speculating might be looking at what I think is the wrong data. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so we're both looking at data, but I think that one of us is looking at has a better standard of what counts as data, right? And higher epistemological standards. I hope I'm using that word right. I hope that's talking to Cupper has screwed me all up, and I've taken so much time off. I'm rusty, so I hope I'm saying everything. Anyways. So I think that you should have higher standards, right, and less flexibility, at least in my opinion, when you're making grand claims about reality. I think that's a good thing to do, and just because you're going to be better off on day-to-day life and when it comes to these grand metaphysical claims, right? Because even your standards in day-to-day life are going to be higher, right? Because you're not going to be accepting claims like ghost claims or supernatural claims very easily. You're going to have pretty high standards, right? There were a lot of disagreements in this video. Or the three videos between William Lane Craig and Alex. That was interesting seeing some of the responses and some of the back and forth there. We had some really good discussion around that. I had a ton of fun reviewing this video. I hope you all did. Like I said earlier, anything you would like to say to the people that are listening about the videos we watched or anything at all?
Yeah. If you are a theist, I would highly recommend looking into your own worldview and the refutations for it. Tacos does some good work here. Enjoy his streams. Subscribe. Love everyone. Love AI. We are out.
I appreciate you all. You all have a wonderful evening. I will see you all, or I guess it's morning.